sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. We let the children dying. What about the children crying? No, no, no.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? Oh, no, no, no.
Yeah, I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
We know what you feel, you own it. We got what you want, you can have it.
Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops.
Yeah, check 1 2. Yo, what's up, y'all? Back at it again. It is Thursday, June 4th, 0900 Central European Time. That makes it 3 a.m. in the morning, Eastern Standard Time, America. What's up, everybody? Wow, I had a nice time out with my cousin Sam, who came over here to Copenhagen on his way to Sweden. Oh my goodness. You know, it's good to see family sometime. I'm very appreciative of the family I do have, and but it's even better, you know what I mean, when you have those in your family where you have a lot in common with. And me and Sam, let me see, my headphones, are they good? Yeah, and me and Sam, it's like that, you know what I mean? We both in communications, and or at least have serious backgrounds in communications, and so you know, we got a lot in common. Creative. Both of us are very creative. So we got a chance to go down to see Distortion last night. I think Black Coffee was playing at Distortion. I don't know how many people know Black Coffee, but he's a really huge DJ name. I think it's like techno house, but he's an African brother who's really booming on the house techno scene. I don't know how many of you know how big that scene is in South Africa. I believe he's South African, by the way. But I'm not sure. Don't quote me. But I know the music when he plays, he's got some very distinctive grooves that he rocks. Heavy percussion, a lot of congos, and I don't know if you know that in Washington D.C. we have this music called go-go, and again, it's heavy congos, heavy percussions and stuff like that. So also in house music, congos and percussion's been big. Yeah, he played in San Diego. Okay, yeah, I mean he's huge. Black Coffee is global. Black Coffee is global. If you looking for I don't know if they call it techno or if they call it house or what they do, because it always evolves. So it's still, they maybe have new names, but if you follow that scene, then Black Coffee is huge. He's global. So luckily Copenhagen had a chance to get a taste of him spin last night. So I caught up with my cousin while he was here, and yeah, but maybe he'll be back this weekend. He got to shoot over to Sweden for some event there, and then he'll be back. But listen, everybody, thanks for showing up. You know what? What is it in the news? Let me check out, because I see as a matter of fact, let me just go ahead and call Michael up, because I see he sent me some stuff here. Boom. Let's see. Yeah, he sent me some stuff on the news cycle. So let's see what's going on. And let me review. He sent me a couple of messages here. I see. Where is it at? A lot of shit is going on. Trump is one of the things, obviously. Let me link up, go into my little section here where I can pull up the news that I've been following. And in the meantime, I guess Michael, when he gets around, when he will hop up. And or maybe Fridays, who knows who it's going to be. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. I'm almost there. I'm going to look in the chat in a second and see who's out there. I see you, Edward, Rafika. Yeah, Eric. Hold on. Come on now. Why is this acting up? Okay, here we go. Yeah, I've been doing something a little different with my system the last couple of days. So I think it's been responding a little bit. I've been a little surprised at some of the little technical glitches that I've had to, stumble across as I try to implement some of this new stuff. Now, okay. Hope it doesn't start rocking out. Here we go. Now this is what we got. JD Vance. Apparently they want him to get the fuck out of there. Nobody likes JD Vance. What else is it? The Democrats, we talked about that yesterday. They talking about, expanding the Supreme Court. Listen, I think there's numerous things that are a must when you're talking about electing any official now. Just because the country is so full of corruption, it's at the height, it's pinnacle of corruption. The country will die if this corruption is not stomped out. So yeah, Supreme Court, anyone who is running for it shouldn't matter if you're talking about Republicans, if you're talking about Democrats, if you're talking about independents, everyone should be talking about expanding the Supreme Court and limiting the amount of years a judge can serve. Simple. Limiting it. And let's give the Senate some more work. They need to work for their money. So you shouldn't be able to, be approved for life. Nah. At the very least, you should have to go before the Senate and be approved again after 10 years. Minimal. And I think same thing, like there should be term limits on Supreme Court. So that's not the only thing. I mean, to me, if people are not wanting that out of every elected official, then I don't know what kind of taxpayer you are. Like, it's closer to slavery. That's what I would say, Jim Crow. But some people like that shit. Some people love them some Jim Crow because they didn't have to live through it like African Americans did. So they kind of like, you know how some people live on the wild side. That's America's version of living on the wild side. Like, maybe I should try slavery. Yeah, okay, you want to try it? It will be you this time. Do you know the slave population was quite a big population? They weren't necessarily a minority, right? I hope you understand that. So it has nothing to do with the numbers. If you go slave, they're going to need a lot of people. And African Americans are just not big enough to be that population anymore. You see what I mean? At one point we were huge, and then because everyone else's population boom blew up, exploded, ours became a minority, like, you know, a small minority. So it's just not enough of us to do all the labor, is what I'm saying. You see what I mean? Some of you other people going to have to do the, and Americans, guess who it's going to be? It's going to be red states. People who live in red states, you guys are going to get it. And, you know, like I said, they're like flirting with Jim Crow, flirting with slavery. Well, have at it. It's your opportunity today. Go for it. You want you want that to happen? You want Elon Musk to be your slave master? Go for it. You want Peter Thiel to be your master? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Go for it. It must be exciting. I don't. I live in Europe. No one wants them here. Nobody wants them to own the country. Only Americans like dancing with the devil over and over and over. Like, you know. Now, also, there's more stories. Obviously, there's loads of stories. Cash Patel is caught up in another defamation suit. Okay. That's not the only thing. Then there's New Mexico. More shit has come out about New Mexico. Matter of fact, should we start there? No. Let's see what else there is. Okay. Blah, 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 la, la, la. Oh, yeah. Doctors reporting back from Congo. It's the worst that they've ever seen. Okay. Yeah. It's the worst they've ever seen. It's spreading, and it's spreading because the U.S., although we're the biggest Western superpower, right? We have a larger potential to confront these issues just because by mass we're bigger, not by percentage doing more, but by mass, right? But we pulled out of all those things. So smaller countries, middle powers have to fill in the gap, and that's what they're doing. They're doing the soft. Other middle powers are doing the soft things. You could say, going in there, healthcare, you know, vaccinations, food. You know what I mean? Maybe a little trade here, and maybe some infrastructure things that are helping people live. Yeah, and they will be rewarded with trade deals and all of this stuff later. And that's really how it works. Soft power. But, you know, Trump doesn't like soft power. Trump only likes vicious power, explosions, death. Boom. It's exciting, like a Hollywood movie. You know, he likes that roller coaster ride every day and shit, you know. And for the people caught in his roller coaster ride, it's death. It's like a death match. It may as well be Mad Max, yo. He's trying to bring fucking the United States into Mad Max, the globe into, but the globe is not falling for it. The globe is not stupid. You see, the globe is not stupid. Everyone else is like, oh, no, we don't want to go Mad Max. You can go Mad Max with the people that want to go Mad Max with you. Everyone else is going to coordinate decisively and plan and be very strategic. Trump doesn't care about that. He's just like, fuck you, stupid people. Fuck you, liberals. I know what I'm doing. I'll go do it alone. And then beg people to help after he couldn't do it alone. I mean, that's Trump. You got Marco Rubio. He testified before the House Senate, right? Wow. Oh, no, before the Congress. That's going to be nice. I'd like to see him squirm because he's like a snake, you know, so that would be nice. A worm, more like it, because he has no real bite power. He's just, he's even worse, man. He's like a fucking leech. Okay. Marco Rubio, go for it, baby. Go for it, Marco Rubio. Oh my God. Are these all the places that bombs have been dropping? Wait a second. Did I add that? Let me add that one to the thing. Save to playlist. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, it is there. It's there already. Okay. I was about to say, I thought I had that in there, but let me double check. Is it there? Right. Okay. Then there is, Elon Musk defends his Hitler theory. Yeah, he's out there defending Hitler because, you know, after all, Hitler wasn't pure-blooded anything, but, you know, he wanted to act like white was a race. After Europeans have been fighting each other for, you know, forever, you know, he just decided that, hey, we're all friends. We're all the same. He was like, hey, man, it's just about we're all the same, man. Look at our color, you know. And so, you know, he has that political movement and shit, you know. So where he joined, you know, he joined the Russian elite to kill the Jews. You know what I'm saying? It's sad, you know, but again, we have to deal with this. I would have really loved to notice how they don't know where his body is. Like, where's his body? Give me his DNA. I want to know what his DNA. Do they have his body? Did they find his body, Hitler's body? They have all kinds of scams about it. But I'm pretty sure if you get his DNA, there's a little inkling of something in there. If his family's been on Earth a while, there's a little inkling of some African in there also. I'm pretty sure it's not all. I want to find out where that mistake was made, where it just kind of just rip it out of the fucking tree. The hate, where was his hatred created in the chain of human development, and just get it out of there. You know what I'm saying? I got a real good idea. Okay, now, let me go to the chat, man. You guys, I see there's a lot of comments. Let me see here. There is, okay, you having a sign? Woke up grumbly. All right, let me see. Then there's turned off my. Oh, okay. You guys are just in here grooving. I see. Who else? Blanche lied through his teeth. Aha! I gotta see what Blanche said. Then Todd Blanche had fun in the same hearing. Was it the same hearing with Marco Rubio? Okay, if that's the same hearing, let me see here. Todd Blanche house. Let's see what he says here. I want to see both of them. But I just want to make sure. Okay, right. Boom. Yeah, that was yesterday. Exactly. Here we go. Thank you for reminding me of that. We have lion ass Todd Blanche here to do his lion ass job. All right, so let's get this shit going. Let's start off with Todd Blanche. What the heck? Here we go. Let's go, Todd. Let's get it going. Then we can get into some destruction. Yo, yeah. What's up, Michael? You there? Michael from Brooklyn.
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. So how's everything, man? Did you see the hearings with Todd Blanche yesterday? Marco Rubio the day before, I guess, right?
I did see. And it's funny because apparently Marco Rubio is supposed to be the front runner for the Democratic pick for the next presidential candidate.
Democrat?
I mean, the Republican presidential pick.
Yeah.
Over J.D. Vance.
Yeah, because he's just a straight up slave. He, no shame to him.
I mean, it'll be funny to see MAGA back a Cuban American.
But they're
hypocritical.
They're hypocrites. They're hypocrites. So I wouldn't even be surprised. Yeah. They got to have an immigrant. Somebody with immigrant background to lead their MAGA movement.
I hear that. I mean, look at Enrique Tarrio, right? The Proud Boy leader.
Yeah. Them immigrants make great sellouts and shit. I mean, so go MAGA. Get yourself another one. You know what I'm saying? They're better than us. You know what I mean? Whatever happened today, you won't replace us shit. Oh, yes, we will. Marco Rubio is going to replace you, motherfuckers. Man, what is going on here, man? What is going on? It's not making sense. I can't figure it out. It's like a maze you have to walk through to figure these people out and shit. It's like, you won't replace us, and then they select Marco Rubio. It's like, damn, I give up. Make it make sense. Next thing you know, it's going to be like they're going to be elected trying to get fucking one of the who's the guy in South Africa and shit that they want to throw in jail. They're going to be getting Julius Malema and shit. You won't replace us, Julius Malema for MAGA. Let's go. That's about how much sense this shit makes.
You are right.
I mean, hey man, fuck it. Why not? Anything goes with MAGA. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no holds barred, right?
Oh man, it's sad, but ignorance is dangerous, bro. Ignorance is dangerous, and if you want to survive on Earth as a nation, not even a person, as a nation, a group of people collected, a collective of people, education must be on the forefront. Education must be the bare minimum for everybody. Everybody has to have an opportunity to find a skill, find a trade, be in love with learning something. And again, if necessary, once you fall out of love with one field or something, fall in love with a new one. But education is the backbone of that. And yeah, it seems like we have uneducated people with guns, that storm the White House. I mean, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. And then we have spineless people in Congress and in the Senate. Look at who was the vice president? Pence. What a spineless dude, man. I mean, I don't know what to think about him. I mean, he speaks against Trump, and it seems like only because they said we want to hang you, Mike Pence. Only because of that, nothing else. It's like every time he talks about Trump, the only one thing he talks about, or maybe not only one thing, but he's just too conservative. I'm sorry, he doesn't see all the other problems, man. Trump was bad in so many ways in his first presidency, and the only thing I really saw Mike Pence go against was Jan 6.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at people like a Mike Pence, and I think he's a good example, right? That regardless of whether you turn your back on Trump or whatever falling out you have, we still have to hold him accountable, right? For him holding up and propping up the prior administration. Same thing with the Pam Bondis of the world. Same thing with the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world. It may be convenient to now denounce MAGA, but you help promote MAGA. You help to have MAGA in power, and had you not fallen out, you would still be a part of it.
Yeah, they would still be a part of it. Yeah, it's sad. It's sad, man. And I just think it's spineless, bro. It's just spineless. Yeah, I think you hit it on the nose. Just the fact that he's not in power, Mike Pence, and a few others. They have the guts to say something for, and they're not even claiming to speak for American people anymore. So all the American people on the left, right, they're still wrong, according to Mike Pence. Although the left told Mike Pence exactly what would happen if Trump got in power again. So these conservatives, they're complete phonies, man. They're not conservatives. They're just hypocrites. They're total hypocrites. Conservative, you're still supposed to have love and respect, and want how can I say, progress for every American. You see what I mean? You're not supposed to hate the culture of other Americans. You're not supposed to do that. And they literally hate the culture of other Americans. Like somehow live and let live, being free is a problem in the United States of America when it was founded on the idea of freedom. It's even though it was a little warped at the time, but at least it was founded on an idea of freedom. You see what I mean? Even if everyone didn't totally understand, that, wait a second, you're still not perfect with this. You're still not allowing everyone to be free, to be included in that. It's so sad because it seems like that is kind of the America they want. They want the America that's free for some and not for all. And I really think that it's Americans have to stand up. Even people like Marco Rubio, he's such a hypocrite because he would be called a wetback. He wouldn't even be included in the freedom. You know what I'm saying? Like, so what is he doing? Like, maybe he's trying to pull a fast one over them. You think that's what it is? You think?
I mean, if they reverse birthright citizenship, he wouldn't be legal here.
Yeah, he would. Exactly. His whole life would be different if these people got what they wanted, and yet he's sitting there just like what's the guy's name, the founder of or the leader of the Proud Boys,
Enrique Tarrio.
Yep. If they reverse, then none of them would be here, bro.
Mm-hmm.
None of them would be here. You know what I mean? They're what you call anchor babies, right? According to MAGA, right? Mm-hmm. And so it's just pathetic. And not only on top of that, they would be despised anyway. They would be called wetbacks. That's a whole nother classification. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Marco, what's his name? Rico Tario would be called the N-word. He would be considered not even a full human being, right? He wouldn't be considered a full human being, and even at best, he'd be considered a wetback, you know? And and yet these people are capping for them. I mean, I don't know. Like we do know that it's like they're trying to fit in. They're trying to fit into something that is not designed for anyone to even want to fit in. I mean, women can't even fit in. You know what I'm saying? It's how do you want to fit into a death cult that kills its own? Why would you want to fit into that? Why would you want to fit into something that doesn't want to procreate, doesn't want clean water? You can't procreate without clean water and fucking air. You know what I'm saying? And they're just so backwards. They're talking about someone replacing them. Motherfucker, you're not having babies because the air and water is dirty. Like, you don't want shit that you need to procreate. You know, you're making it harder on yourself. You're destroying the ozone layer. Don't you know you're being your nuts can't produce, motherfucker, because of the ozone layer, bro.
I mean, well, it goes hand in hand with the fact that they don't believe in global warming, right?
That's what I'm saying. It's self-inflicted harm, bro. It is insane. It is insane. And it's just fucking insane, you know? And then the thing that gives them life, they hate. The thing that gives them life, bro, they hate, man. So it's dangerous. This is like a goddamn movie we're watching. We're inside of a movie. It's a thriller. It may as well be a sci-fi thriller because a new Alfred Hitchcock fucking movie. Like, MAGA, written by Alfred Hitchcock. Like, like, run for your life. It's like stupid people in charge. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. Death cult runs the government. Only loses because they killed themselves off first. All right. Anyway, too stupid to even kill the rest of the people first. It's like create ovens and threw themselves in the oven. Like, what the fuck, yo? These motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Want power for themselves, but don't want voting rights. Okay. Now, you know what I'm saying? They don't want the women voting, man, bro.
Start the fiscal 27 years.
All right. Here is our house boy, Todd Blanche. Fuck Todd Blanche. He's a piece of shit. The most disgusting. What is he? He's the AG now. Did he get approved, or is he the one to be AG?
He's the acting. Yeah, he's the acting, but I think he did get approved.
He can't even get the real job. You know what I'm saying? He has to act. This motherfucker's acting AG, man. I don't even think he's gonna get it, man. I think they should just fuck with him. Just fuck with him, man.
I would hope that Democrats at least put up the biggest fight against the president's former personal attorney.
They should. You're right about that.
They should be calling it out, right?
They should be calling it out. He should not. No Democrat should approve him, Todd Blanche, at all. He should be.
Even if it's symbolic, right? Even if it is symbolic.
Even if it's symbolic, man. Come on. You know, you're right, bro. I'm glad you brought that up. And by the way, let's let this rock a little bit. I'm going to let you get in some, and then you just let me know when you want to pause, all right? Pause the video.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so let's see what it sounds like, what they're doing.
Differently, by having this conversation prior to last month's markup, this hearing is hopefully the start of productive dialogue between the subcommittee and the department under your leadership.
Wah, wah, wah.
I look forward to hearing your priorities and vision for the department and responses to our questions regarding the recent announcements. Your testimony will still be valuable to the committee as the fiscal year 27 appropriations process continues.
Even if you lie.
Over the past year, the Department of Justice has made great strides in combating drug cartels.
All right. Well, sorry. I promise. I know what I promised, but we're going to have to skip some of this shit because It's I can't hear the intro. I don't want to hear the intro, and I think that's what that is. Let's see.
Or any remarks that you
Mind you, this is Mitch McConnell, right? One of the oldest serving. That's just hilarious. Mind you, this is his last year. He could barely speak and keep up with himself.
Who? Mitch McConnell? Who you talking?
Yeah,
about?
Mitch.
Yeah.
Mitch
Okay.
McConnell.
They getting to Mitch. That wasn't Mitch. That was Rogers. But he was just giving the opening statement. So I think now they're gonna get some questions. Let's see here. Let's try to get.
Thank you, Mr.
Here we go. First question.
Chairman, and welcome Acting Attorney General Blanche, and thank you everyone for your patience as we finished up the prior hearing with Secretary Rubio. Tens of thousands of public servants at the Department of Justice work very hard to protect public safety and try their best to uphold the rule of law. However, the leadership of the department has greatly damaged it over the past 16 months. Hardworking Americans continue to struggle with higher and higher costs of gas, groceries, and other necessities. Yet the Trump administration is doing nothing to help them. President Trump himself has said that he doesn't, quote, think about Americans' personal financial situation. At the same time, a growing number of Trump administration officials and their family members are enriching themselves in the millions of dollars by making personal business deals directly connected to their official government decisions. Working and middle-class Americans are paying their taxes, but the acting attorney general signed an order 2 weeks ago directing the IRS to permanently avoid auditing past tax returns of the Trump family. Members of the Trump family are now off the hook for at least $100 million in taxes. On top of that, the Trump administration and the Justice Department are actively working to hand $1.8 billion in taxpayer dollars over to insurrectionists and other violent felons, hundreds of whom assaulted police officers here in the Capitol. One of the insurrectionists, Jared Wise, openly encouraged fellow rioters to attack and to kill police officers. He was hired last year by the Trump administration as a senior advisor and counselor at the Justice Department. There have been many other outrages over the past 16 months. Under this department's leadership and following an interview by then Deputy Attorney General Blanche, Jeffrey Epstein's closest associate, the convicted child sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell, was moved to a cushy minimum security prison and was given special treatment and unique privileges. Hundreds of experienced career agents, investigators, and prosecutors have been fired or forced out of DOJ as part of a campaign of political retribution by the Trump administration. Just days before the launch of U.S. military strikes in Iran this year, at least 10 FBI counterintelligence agents and support staff, including those specializing in the Middle East and Iran, were fired in retaliation for work they had been ordered to do several years ago in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. As the New York Times reported in March, after a year of continuous firings, resignations, and other disruptions to work, elite counterterrorism and counterintelligence units at the Justice Department have been stretched thin and left short-staffed. But the threats to our country are growing. As part of their retribution campaign, the Trump administration and DOJ have also deliberately targeted and investigated numerous current and former public officials for criminal prosecution on extremely flimsy grounds, if any. DOJ has also trampled on the First Amendment by targeting journalists engaged in investigative reporting, including an FBI criminal probe of a reporter from The Atlantic magazine after its recent reporting about the FBI director's dereliction of his duties. Multiple news outlets have also reported on the administration's corrupt practice of receiving pay for pardons or clemency for millionaire and billionaire criminals. For example, we know that the founder of Binance was pardoned last October after the company took actions that enriched the Trump family by hundreds of millions of dollars.
Okay, they're questioning Todd Blanche now, so this is the lead up to a question. Representative Ming here.
In December, President Trump pardoned the former president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who had been sentenced to 45 years in prison for allowing drug traffickers to export more than 400 tons of cocaine into the U.S. Not only was he pardoned, but the Bureau of Prisons helped relocate him.
Did she just say 400 tons of cocaine?
Allowing drug traffickers to export more than 400 tons of cocaine
Yes,
into
he
the
did.
U.S.
You said 400. You heard that right.
She pardoned someone who aided drug traffickers in bringing in 400 tons of cocaine into the U.S. Let's hear that again. She's about to ask Todd Blanche about this. This is her question to Todd Blanche. And Todd Blanche obviously is not going to answer shit. Watch it. That's why he shouldn't be approved. And guess what? Any American, it shouldn't matter whether you're Republican, whether you're Democrat. If you're against fucking drug trafficking, why would you want an AG that works for a president that just pardoned him? How are you going to fight drugs when your president is helping the drug traffickers? How's that possible?
Remember, if I'm not mistaken, this is the individual who is from Honduras.
I believe so, and we talked about that too. That connection just yesterday. I mean, you know, but let's let it play. I promised I wouldn't speak too much, so let's let it play.
The Trump
Let me know when I should pause it when you hear something, though, Mike. All right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
family by hundreds of millions of dollars. In December, President Trump pardoned the former president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who had been sentenced to 45 years in prison for allowing drug traffickers to export more than 400 tons of cocaine into the U.S. Not only was he pardoned, but the Bureau of Prisons helped relocate him from a federal prison in West Virginia to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City after his release. All of this has happened in full public view, and the Trump administration has simultaneously gutted the DOJ's Public Integrity Section and shut down the Public Corruption Squad of the FBI Washington Field Office. There's more. Over the past 16 months, the DOJ's highly respected Civil Rights Division has been gutted.
Mississippi in the house. I see you, Mark.
The FBI has stopped using a national database that tracks hate crime cases, and DOJ is proposing to eliminate the 3 grant programs aimed at fighting and preventing hate crimes, while hate crimes are at a record high. The administration also wants to eliminate the Community Relations Service, which was created by the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to prevent and resolve conflicts in American communities. At the same time, DOJ is seizing state voting records and has sued more than 30 states to access their voter information. Nearly all of the roughly 30 career lawyers in the voting section of the Civil Rights Division are gone. Last month, Acting Attorney General Blanche stated that he sees no problem with deploying ICE officers to polling places, even though 18 U.S. Code Section 592 prohibits sending armed personnel to polling places. And equally as egregious, the Justice Department has taken steps to allow criminals to own guns and continues to illegally restore the gun possession rights of convicted felons and domestic abusers. These actions and much more prove that since the start of this Trump administration, the Justice Department has failed the American people. I look forward to the discussions of these critically important issues today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the House Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro, for any remarks she may wish to make.
Thank you very much, Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Meng. Acting Attorney General Blanche, welcome. There's much I would like to cover today. The President's budget proposes steep cuts to important programs that combat hate crimes, protect civil rights, prevent gun violence, along with other changes that I believe will weaken efforts to keep our community safe. In an ordinary time, during an ordinary administration, these are topics that I would focus on. But these are not ordinary times, and this is not an ordinary administration. No, this administration has engaged in what are perhaps the most brazen acts of flagrant corruption I've ever seen. And you are at the center of many of them, Mr. Blanche. I know you do not like it when people bring up the fact that before you joined the Justice Department, you were President Trump's personal attorney. But when you are issuing memos, you are at the center of many of them, Mr. Blanche. I know you do not like it when people bring up the fact that before you joined the Justice Department, you were President Trump's personal attorney.
Yes. This dude has been covering up for Trump for years. Also Pam Bondi, they're his personal staff. So this is how Epstein was able to get away with so many things, by bringing his personal entourage around, into government. This is it, to surround him. So the same people that surrounded Epstein, it's the same type of tactics. They're put there to protect Epstein. Now they're put there to protect Trump, and American people just seem to think it's okay. They just seem to think it's okay. Don Jr. marries one of Epstein's, Don Jr.'s, I think it's Don Jr., right? His wife,
Don Jr.
Don Jr. just married a woman. Trump didn't go to the wedding because in reality, the person Don Jr. married, the father of her, is one of Epstein's lawyers. So Trump didn't want to bring more heat on him. One of his
former accountants.
One of his former accountants. So Trump didn't want to bring heat on him. But that's how interconnected all these people are. So yeah, just worth noting.
Are issuing memos granting the president, his children, and their companies immunity from audits or prosecution for tax offenses, your previous role becomes relevant information. When you preside over a deal to take $1.8 billion of taxpayer money to create a slush fund to pay out violent criminals who pleaded guilty to assaulting police officers, you cannot be surprised when people question your impartiality. Federal courts have blocked the fund from paying out any claims for the time being. But I am not at all convinced that this administration has given up. You left yourself a lot of room with your carefully worded statement, Mr. Blanche. There is effectively no oversight to this slush fund. You appoint every member of the commission, and the president can fire any of them at any time for any reason. There is no definite standard for who is and is not eligible to receive a payout. Quote, weaponization and lawfare are not legally defined terms. Who does and does not qualify appears to be entirely at the discretion of the people that you appoint. There is no transparency built into the fund. There is no congressional oversight. The public has no way of knowing who has filed a claim, of how much, or on what grounds. Conversely, we do not know who has been denied a claim or why it was denied. We do not even know the process by which claims will be filed or payments dispersed. All we know for certain is that President Trump's personal lawyer turned acting attorney general set up a $1.8 billion fund with taxpayer money that can be used to pay off just about anyone for just about anything. It can be used to pay out violent criminals who assaulted police officers and ransacked the Capitol on January 6th. I was evacuated from the Capitol on January 6th. These are the people who were arrested, they were tried, convicted, and then pardoned by the administration. And now he wants to raid the Treasury to pay them. It is unconscionable. This sort of a scandal that it would ruin any other administration and any other time. But because President Trump has rendered House Republican leadership so completely impotent, there will be likely no accountability until the next Congress. In addition to the slush fund, you issued a memo stating that the United States is, quote, hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing any and all claims, end quote, against the president, his family, or their businesses related to ongoing tax investigations. Retroactive immunity would be a curious benefit to bestow on someone who has done nothing wrong. If the president, his associates, and family members were innocent of whatever they were being investigated for, the investigation would surely bear that out. But now we will never know. Congress and the American people are left to speculate what could have possibly prompted this unprecedented settlement that exempts the president from any accountability for his actions. This is staggering. I had not planned on using my time during this hearing to raise these issues, but I would be deficient in my duty as a member of the Congress were I to ignore this extraordinary display of self-dealing, self-service, self-enrichment by this administration, beginning with the president on down. All year on this committee, we have seen dramatic cuts to programs that help American families who are struggling with the cost of living. We do not have money for food or for housing, to bring down the cost for utilities or gasoline or health care. The president said there will be no money for daycare, for Medicaid, for Medicare. But by God, we do have $1.8 billion for a corrupt payout scheme for the president and his political allies. It is shameful. I look forward to hearing your answers to our questions today, Mr. Blanche. Thank you, and I yield back.
I now want to recognize our witness, Acting Attorney General Blanche,
Okay, here we go.
for an opening statement.
It's not Blanche.
Without objection, your written statement.
Trump personal lawyer, the man who helped the only person left that they claim has committed a crime, Ghislaine Maxwell, Scott Bessent, this man they're about to allow to speak. He's the one that decided the circumstances for her inside of prison were too harsh and that she needed she needed to go to a nice place where small time offenders go and then get released, not maximum prison. That's too much for her. She needs to walk around with a little poodle and eat McDonald's and shit and order food and have picnics, you know what I'm saying? And order wine and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like this, we're about to hear this guy, how he's fighting crime and shit, Let's go.
Let's remember, Pam Bondi is the one who placed blame on him and the Department of Corrections.
Yeah.
On her movement, right? On her moving her to a minimum security from a maximum security.
Yep, exactly. She basically sold him out. She was like, "Fuck this! I'm gonna lay it on him," and like a punk ass, he took it. This is what shows you how desperate. See, this is what I don't get, man. And I'm just saying it. Look, I'm what you call the other person, the other type of American. I've been in situations, and it's not just one time. Right? You're all, and everyone, this is life. This is life. You can be in life in a situation where you're going to be called to show what kind of ethics you have. Right? Are you going to be on the corrupt team? Are you going to carry water for other people, for whack ass people who lie, manipulate, people that are out to cheat the system? Right? Are you going to carry water while they wear a suit and tie? Are you going to carry water for people like that while you're being paid by the American taxpayer or some other, right? There's still ethics involved, right? Morals and ethics. Are you going to be the type that stays there and does it? Or are you going to leave and just walk off and say, fuck this bullshit, I'm not with it? Right? And I've been there so many times in my life, not many, but a few times in my life where I've had to do that because this shit is just unethical. You're supposed to do that. Right? But Todd Blanche is the other one. He's the one that makes a career out of it. And we have way too many people that sit there, receive government money, receive money from taxpayers and think that they have a right to it. Think that they're not supposed to uphold certain morals and principles. They are literally just scamming the American people. Like, there's nothing worse than holding your hand up, swearing to uphold the Constitution, right, to protect the American people. And then as soon as you get in office, you rob them and help other people rob the American people. And the American people are paying for your dental plan. They're paying for your health care. They're paying for your wife's health care. They're paying for your kids' health care. Man, I'm sorry. No intelligent American is supposed to support Todd Blanche. But again, if you're a slave, you will do it. And you will find a reason to do it. And you will find a reason why it's okay for elected officials to do that. And they will talk down on you like you ain't shit, while you're the one paying for their light bill.
Into the record. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Here we
Chairman
are.
Rogers and Ranking Member Meng, as well, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to present President Trump's fiscal year 2027 budget for the Department of Justice. As you all know, the request totals $41.2 billion, which is a 13% increase over fiscal year 2026, underscoring.
He needs more money, y'all. Can I have your money? And these MAGA people going to be like, yes, sir, master. Yeah, you need some more out of me, master? Come on, I'll give it to you, Master Trump.
Our department's renewed focus on reducing violent crime, combating the fentanyl crisis, strengthening the border and immigration enforcement, expanding fraud prevention, and ensuring that our law enforcement agencies have the resources they need to protect the American people. Violent crime reduction remains one of the department's highest priorities. Since January 20th, 2025,
Was that a lie? I detect that statement right there. That was the first lie I think I heard. Let's just make sure I heard him right now.
and ensuring that our law enforcement agencies have the resources they need to protect the American people. Violent crime reduction remains one of the department's highest priorities.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy. That's a fucking lie. I don't know how. I don't need the fucking data. I just know it's a lie, all right?
Since January 20th, 2025, the Department of Justice has indicted more than 260 TDA members, crippling leadership and dismantling operational networks.
We indicted them so we could take their job and do it for them. This is like
Across our major law enforcement components, the results have been historic. Federal law enforcement helped drive.
all right. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not listening to his bullshit. Fuck Todd Blanche. Let's get to the questions. Yeah, fuck Todd Blanche. He's a sociopath. He's a fucking compulsive liar. So, yeah, and he's a piece of shit because he has to be a sociopath and a compulsive liar on the American taxpayer dime. Like, please, sir, can you give me some more tax money? Please, give me some more. I need some money, yo. I wouldn't have a job if you didn't give me your taxpayer dollars. Like, fuck these people. Fuck these people. This is like, man, I don't know where we got. Of course, nothing's ever been perfect, but I'm sorry. When is the bullshit gonna end? When is these people are beggars. They are beggars. They sit there and get paid off of your tax money. You're providing them a life, and then they want to scam the system, cheat the system. You see what I mean? Get information. I mean, yo, American people, this type of AG, having a corrupt ass motherfucker like Todd Blanche means your life ain't shit. That ultimately is what it means. It means your life has no chance of being anything. You are compromised totally. The crooks are in the house and they totally don't give a fuck about you, your daughter, your parents, your grandparents, your grandkids, none of that. Nobody. They don't give a fuck about you. Like, and fuck Todd Blanche, man. Did I say enough, Michael?
I mean, the corruption, right? The blatant corruption, and then the lies to our faces is what makes it just so much worse, right? Like,
yeah, bro. It does. It's difficult to speak, bro, about it because it's gaslighting. And when you get gaslit, I just go down to the bare minimum of my vocabulary. I'm sorry.
There you go. No, you're right.
But I'm trying to respond. It's like, but you know, it's really hard because it hits you on such a psychic level. You know, the betrayal. But in any case,
27 budget request reflects that designation.
Thank you. So, look, I think calling the men that are sending poison into this country terrorists is exactly what they are. And what it does by President Trump doing that is not only there's resources that are more readily available because of that designation, but it also allows our Homeland Security task force around the country, there's one in every single state, to effectively focus on not only the narco terrorists that are in Mexico and South America, but the drug dealers that are on our streets in our communities, rural communities, city communities. Everybody's affected by fentanyl. It remains a priority of this department. It will be a priority for as long as President Trump is in office. And
did he take away funding for treatment? Let's look at that. Let me see. I believe he must have. Let's see. The Trump admin remove funding for drug addiction clinics in the USA. I'm curious. So at least I'm going to ask. I want to know how this works since he's making that statement. Let's see here. It says, look, this is ridiculous. The actions taken by the Trump administration funding for drug addiction and substance abuse clinics presents a complex legislative struggle picture. The administration has not completely abolished funding for addiction clinics, and it has championed initiatives like Great America Recovery Initiative and signed the Support Patients Communities Reauthorization Act. However, the administration has fundamentally changed how the addiction services are funded by proposing deep cuts to overall budgets, shifting resources into block grants, restricting certain treatment tools, and attempting to restructure federal agencies. Okay, the specific actions were the attempted $2 billion grant cancellation and reversal. So off the bat, he cancels $2 billion in funding for clinics, right? So for drug addicts. Okay. So that's how he's fighting crime, right? He's being hard on crime by canceling addiction clinics, January 2026. Damn, this is just a few months back. Administration faced massive public bipartisan backlash, right? Bipartisan from Republicans and Democrats, okay, and others. Backlash after political appointees suddenly moved to terminate nearly $2 billion in active discretionary grants distributed by SAMHSA. That's the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. Okay, so they just slashed the budget, right? From that, the target. This money was already actively being used on the ground by local clinics for substance and treatment recovery support and prevention resources. So the outcome, following widespread national outrage and pressure from congressional lawmakers, HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., you heard of him before, the dude that has worms in his brain, reversed the decision the day after and reinstated. So they tried to cut it, but people were outraged, so they put the money back there. So now further, budget slashes and agency restructuring. While the $2 billion in active grants was saved, the administration's official federal budget proposal for fiscal 2026 and 2027 seek to dramatically shrink the overall footprint of public health spending. So you see this bitch ass Todd Blanche right here, because he is a bitch, right? This guy is going to look you in the face, the taxpayer, the people who pay his salary, and he's going to tell you that they're somehow championing, what is this, fighting drugs? You know what I'm saying? How you going to fight drugs when you're not helping the fucking addicts, when you're not helping people get treatment? In case people haven't noticed, there's always going to be fucking drugs around. But what about the treatment for the people that have been affected by it? You know what I mean? Or are you just going to let them just be in perpetual, hell in limbo and shit, and these are American citizens you're talking about. So let's hear him again talk about how good he is, in
South America.
Yeah, we got the drugs that come from South America, y'all. Yeah, okay.
Force around the country. There's one in every single state to effectively focus on not only the narco terrorists that are in Mexico and South America, but the drug dealers that are on our streets in our communities, rural communities, city communities. Everybody's affected by fentanyl. It remains a priority of this department. It will be a priority for as long as President Trump is in office. And that's why you see that we have an increase, that we're asking for more DEA agents, we're asking for more money, and it's exactly to combat that problem.
And if you already an addict, be damned with you, basically.
Let me turn to the issue of illicit vape products, which is something that is sending children to the hospital, some as young as middle schoolers in my district. It is true around the country. I'm pleased to see that the department and its components, such as DEA, ATF, and others, directing its efforts to tackle this emerging threat, such as last year's Operation Vapor Trail. Please share how the department is tackling that issue and outline your plans to continue this effort in fiscal 27.
Look, this is an example of an all-of-government approach to tackle this problem. It means working with other agencies outside of DOJ. It means working with state and local partners to combat this very serious problem that affects the youth. It affects a lot of our most vulnerable.
And what about Ghislaine Maxwell? Can we hear about her? How does she affect the youth? You know, this is just bullshit. This is like, these people are just total fucking elitists. Now, let me get past this guy because he's throwing these softball ass questions and shit. And it's nothing personal against him, but it's just coming a little slow. We need people that can get a question across in less time.
Settlement and this.
All right, so I'm just saying, personally, I'm not for that. You know, it takes too much. Let's see here.
With the fund.
You and
Well, to the extent there, as they were, the fact.
Here we go. Let's get Ming back up here.
Division, a different prosecutor from every U.S. Attorney's office has been designated to work within this division, although they'll stay obviously in their U.S. Attorney's office. And then with the expected money that we're getting, we're going to hire. And so it's a combination of existing talent within the department and then bringing more talent in over the next year or so.
How does this new division interact with other parts of the agency?
So it closely.
What is taking this to?
And effort, problem.
Here we go. Sorry about that, y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, I wanted to ask a few questions about the anti-weaponization fund. We know that the department has agreed to pause this effort until at least June 12th. I wanted to ask what your plans were for the fund after June 12th.
So thank you. So look, we're not moving forward with the fund. You're right that there's a date that in the case in the Eastern District of Virginia in June, but we are not moving forward with the fund, period. The reasons for the fund is something that President Trump talked about for a long time, which is the fact that there were a lot of people in this country who had their government weaponized against them. The reasons for the fund, I think, it remain as important as they were before. But
so that's key wording: had their government weaponized against them. So African Americans have had their government weaponized against them for a long period of time. And this is official. You know, Jim Crow is documented. That's considered human rights violations. You see, same thing with slavery, but let's just leave slavery out of it and just talk about Jim Crow. That's purely what Jim Crow is, because obviously before they didn't even consider African Americans humans, full humans. You see what I mean? So they're going to go through the Constitution and be like, well, it says here only only humans. Now, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so what about later, right? Jim Crow. Yeah, redlined, brutalized, hung, burnt. Chased out of town, anytime trying to set up a business, destroyed. You know what I mean? So just hear his wording, because this is his own wording out of his own mouth about this. How he describes it. Government, some Americans had their government weaponized against them.
A lot of people in this country who had their government weaponized against them.
A lot of people in this country had their government weaponized against them. So that's the reason for the fund, right?
For the fund, I think it remain as important as they were before, but We are not moving forward with the fund.
Not moving forward ever?
Correct.
Oh, there's no more fund then?
Well, to the extent there was a fund, and remember, the fund wasn't set up yet. There were no commissioners named. There was no no claimants brought anything in front of. There was no claims made yet.
So you can see he's just bullshitting people. This fund is not over. It's just a technicality. They stopped the fund so he doesn't have to answer questions about the fund. But he himself, since he knows he can be, what is it called? Contempt if he lies, right? What is it called, Michael? If you lie under oath, right? Because he is under oath, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, he'll be fined in contempt.
Yeah, he'll be fined.
Which comes in the form of a fine or prosecution.
With a fine or prosecution and possible jail time, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And the fines can be high, right? If I'm correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, so listen to his wording, because unlike Pam Bondi, perjury, he can be fined with perjury too. Unlike Pam Bondi didn't take an oath, but Todd Blanche did. So keep that in mind when you listen to his exact words, how he words this about the fund.
The reasons for the fund is something that President Trump talked about for a long time, which is the fact that there were a lot of people in this country who had their government weaponized against them. The reasons for the fund, I think, it remain as important as they were before, but we are not moving forward with the fund.
Not moving forward ever?
Correct.
Oh, there's no more fund then?
Well, to the extent there was a fund, and remember, the fund wasn't set up yet. There were no commissioners named. There was no no claimants brought anything in front of.
Technicality.
There was no claims made yet. So yes, we're not moving forward with the fund.
You and Associate Attorney General.
What does that mean? To the extent that they hadn't. What does that mean? We're not moving forward to the extent that there wasn't. So what does that mean? I don't even know what that means in the English language.
Correct.
Oh, there's no more fund then?
Well, to the extent there was a fund, and remember, the fund wasn't set up yet. There were no commissioners named. There was no no claimants brought anything in front of. There was no claims made yet. So yes, we're not moving forward with the fund.
So there it is. They are going to try to find a way to move forward with paying these people money with this fund, and no one answers a question like that if they're not trying to weasel out of answering, right? 6 cents. What's up? Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
And Associate Attorney General Woodward signed earlier documents regarding the settlement and this fund. Would both of you now sign and release documents reversing the DOJ's position on the fund?
We're not moving forward with the fund. I'm not sure what that means to sign documents reversing. There's nothing to reverse. We're not moving forward with the fund.
We know about the court case, the decision, when we've heard press reports, obviously. But is there any way that you could put this in writing? I don't know if there are other ways that you could use another vehicle to move forward with a similar fund or similar intention. And we just want to reassure the American public. We've heard from both Republicans and Democrats, constituents and Americans across the country about this fund. And I think they would love to be reassured that this fund will not progress.
I'm telling you it's not. I guess I'm not sure. I'm not trying to be flippant with you. I'm just saying I'm telling you it's not. I'm not. We put out a statement yesterday. There's been an injunction, a temporary injunction filed in EDVA. There's litigation in DC. There's litigation in the Southern District of Florida. But notwithstanding what we do in those litigations and defending our rights and making sure our rights are protected, we're not moving forward with the fund.
Okay. Yeah, the statement I thought was just about until June 12th. So if it won't progress after June 12th, that's great to hear. And we hope to see this in writing. Yeah.
Later, he's going to be like, I said we're not moving forward with the funds. I didn't say we weren't going to give them reparations. That's exactly what he's going to say later. How long does it take to make clear what you plan on doing? And you heard the guy. He's not. He actually is answering, but he's given the wrong answer. He said to the extent that there was no fund already. Yeah. So they're not moving forward to the extent that there was no fund. Okay. Then he rephrases it differently. something about they're going through the court proceedings to protect their rights. Well, what are the rights you're talking about? Are you talking about the rights to give these people money under the executive branch? That's exactly what he's talking about. So it's not going to disappear. He is never going to tell Trump that he's not moving forward with this, because he won't have a job if he doesn't try to find a way. That's one of his definite jobs he must do, or he's going to be out of there. And he's got a couple. He's got to go after political enemies. Right. He's got to arrest them, find a way to put them on charges. Anybody that had anything to do with prosecuting him for fraud or in anything else, anything to do with anyone trying to get some Epstein files released, you're going to get prosecuted. This, Todd Blanche is going to do it all. So, they're getting the money. They're going to try to find a way to get the money. They're looking at an election. They need people to get out there and obstruct the elections. And that's how they planned on doing it, by giving them some money up front. And these people sat back and probably said, we'll do it, Trump, but you got to pay us first. And he probably said, okay.
Remember, this is an attorney on the highest of levels when it comes to criminal attorney. So he's going to be able to answer these questions extremely well, right? Like, he's going to be able to run circles around a lot of the people who have questions for him, right? And that's just because, again, in comparison to a person like a Pam Bondi, he is very well versed, right? He's very well spoken, right? He's not going to be as unprofessional as the prior people who were questioned, right? And we can't be fooled by that, right? We can't be fooled by his level of professionalism, because it's a part of his job. It's the reason why he's gotten Trump out of a lot of trouble, and it's the reason why he's in his current position.
Yeah, we want to know if we want to know if you're taking the taxpayers' money to reward motherfuckers who invaded the capital of the United States. Bitch, you're not going to walk your way around it through language. Well, maybe we didn't say it was on Tuesday. It was going to be Wednesday. You didn't ask me about Wednesday. You didn't say Wednesday. You said Tuesday. It's like, what's this dude talking about? You didn't say give. You said reward. You didn't say pay. You said hand over. It's like, what the fuck? You didn't say gold. You said diamonds. It's like, these people, man, you can never get them to answer a goddamn question in the English language. And it's just pathetic, bro. You're 100% correct, man. He's wearing a suit and tie, but I beg to differ. It's not professionalism. He's not even being professional, bro. This is lackluster professionalism. I mean, yeah, he's dancing through the words, but it's actually, man, this guy is really not that professional, bro. These are, when you know your job, you can say what you have to say with even less the words being used. He's not even doing that. Because he can't just tell you absolutely no, we're not moving forward at all. Period. That's it. It's over. He couldn't even say that. He has to say, well, to the extent that it's like, what the fuck does that mean? That's I don't know. Maybe it's professional, but if the American people like being bullshitted, then they will accept that as professionalism. You got to think about it like this. If this was a person, and this is a person who works for you, this is a person you pay. You are the boss. You're the one paying the guy. Normally, that means an employee is going to do the job that they're supposed to do. They're supposed to fulfill the purpose of the job. Also, not just technically the points of the job, but the purpose of the job. You see what I mean? If you're not satisfying the purpose, who cares about the rest of it, right? So his purpose is one thing. He's to make sure that the law is upheld, right, in the United States of America, right? So when you ask him a question and he doesn't answer the question satisfactory, is he doing his job? Is he fulfilling his purpose? No. So why do you hire him then? Why don't you fire him? Why don't you get rid of him?
Remember, he gets paid a whole lot more to be a criminal attorney versus the AG. right? There's a reason why he's taking this
Oh yeah.
role
Oh
in
yeah.
this current administration,
Oh yeah.
right? He was
And
representing billionaires like Donald Trump.
yeah.
It doesn't get any more expensive than that. It doesn't get any more lucrative than that. The
Yep.
AG is a public position, so he's not getting paid as much
No.
by far in
No.
comparison.
No, he's not. But he can't even really ethically fulfill the role because, like you said, it's supposed to be public, and he's passing as a public attorney when really the dude is Donald Trump's billion-dollar attorney. Passing to, so you just pay. This is what this means, y'all. This means any person, anyone around the world can own you. That's what that means. They can own you. They can own your entire country because the truth is that this man is working for private industry, and he's just taking this job that pays a little bit of the salary just to position the same crooks that have fucked over the country. It's sad. I mean, you don't have an attorney general. You have a predator on the loose. Like, that's what you got. His job is to make sure the predator gets his way around the law. It's not to protect the American people from the predators anymore. It's sick. It's sick.
I mean, I think there'll be a transcript of what I say here, so that will be in writing.
Okay, well, we will work with you and hold you to it. Thank you very much. I wanted to quickly ask, with my remaining time, about hate crimes. We are concerned about the president's budget request eliminating three largest sources of federal support to local law enforcement for hate crimes responses and prevention. Legislation passed on a bipartisan basis, Jabara Hire, No Hate, Shepherd Bird, Hate Crimes Prevention, and community-based approaches to prevent and address hate crimes grant programs. Why are we proposing to eliminate the very programs that are helping our law enforcement and targeted communities?
Well, look, there's a lot of money that we have asked for to combat violent crime, to combat this type of crime. A lot of overlap includes hate crime. I'm happy to have my team work with you to make sure that we're getting money where it needs to be. That's an important issue to President Trump, and it's an important issue to the Department of Justice as well.
Can you describe or name the areas of overlap?
Well, there's billions of dollars. I think we asked for $12 billion to combat violent crime and grants and things like that. A lot of those grants will go to programs that at least part of it includes combating hate crime. And there's other individualized grants, some of which are earmarked along the way that we've funded for a long time and that we will continue to work with you on making sure that we're addressing that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're working together as we have seen and worked together here in Congress, bipartisan, bicameral ways, that combating hate crimes isn't just about prosecution, but also about prevention and working with community organizations as well. So I don't have time left, but I would love to continue to work together on this issue.
I agree with that.
I yield back. Thank you.
I agree with that.
Judge Carter.
All right, so it says here, let me see. Todd Blanche operates his private defense firm, Blanche Law, to represent Donald Trump. It's not right now. Well, no, it is right now. His exact total personal earnings are not a matter of public record. However, because Trump paid his legal bills using donor money through political action committees, PACs, right? So that's how he's doing it, right? So you see how this is intertwined. This is
Again, right?
Yeah, this is Trump's person. He's defending Trump criminally using the U.S. Justice Department to defend Trump criminally from the U.S. Justice Department, right? Okay, how do you do that? And he did it getting political PAC money, right, to do it. So that's Republican Party money, right? Donald Trump used that. The people that elected him. So in other words, the people that supported Trump, right, and for his election, you pay for his personal attorney, criminal defense attorney. I mean, this is insane. Save America. Like federal election laws require those disbursements to be publicly reported. So this is what they know, because that had to be publicly reported. The rest doesn't have to be, right? And that's what's insane. They probably have his tax records, but Then again, who in the Trump administration is going to show you Todd Blanche's tax records? Come on. Now, according to the Federal Election Commission, FEC filings, Trump's political committees paid Blanche Law at least $4 million to $5 million during his time acting as Trump's lead defense attorney. So he got paid $5 million basically. Now, that's just from that payment. No one knows how much other money he got. Right, because they're not obligated to report it. The financial data breaks down around these specific areas. The FEC filings and retainers. When Blanche left his high-paying partnership at the corporate law firm Cadwalder, Wickersham and Taft in 2023, he founded Blanche Law specifically to take on Trump's multi-front legal battles, including the New York hush money case, right? The federal classified documents case and the federal elections interference case. So this dude handled all of Trump's private criminal matters outside of being the president. 2023 payments. FEC reports filed at the end of 2023 showed that Trump's Save America PAC paid Blanche $2.3 million for services rendered during his first several months on the defense team. 2024 accumulation as the legal battles intensified through 2024 trial cycles, most notably the weeks-long high-intensity criminal trial in Manhattan. The billable hours amount significantly pushing total payouts to $4 million plus. Firm revenue, personal take-home. It's important to note that the $4 million, $5 million to Blanche law firm. Trump's PAC represents gross revenue for the law firm, not Blanche's direction. All right, we know that. Blah, blah, blah. Paying the salaries. Okay, so covering massive administration, overhead, security, data, infrastructure, travel, and trial prep, offices, spaces, and blah, blah, blah. So it pays for other stuff. Now, let's see here. What does it say here? U.S. attorney, his compensation transitioned to the standard right. So they don't know. Nobody knows how much money he really is getting paid. Yeah, it could be through. It could be numerous ways that people are paying him. So let me ask one other question. Why don't I just want to see why he's able to not, why he doesn't have to tell people. The reason the public doesn't know Todd Blanche's exact personal income down to the penny comes down to the difference between business revenue and personal salary combined with the way private contracts work in the United States. It's completely legal for him to keep the inner financial workings of his private business private. However, because he became a high-ranking government official, he did have to disclose a massive amount of financial information to the public. Here's exactly why the system is set up the way it is. Why it's legal to keep private income private. The United States private citizen and private businesses have a legal right to financial privacy. When a client hires a lawyer, a doctor, or an accountant, that transaction is a private business contract. There's no law requiring private business owners to publicly publish their personal take-home pay. Their corporate. Okay, so why we don't know how much the firm made? Okay. Oh, why we do? Okay, well that's different. We know why that is. Okay. Now it says he did have to tell the government some while it was illegal for Blanche to keep his personal income secret. He was a private attorney. The rules completely changed the moment he became a Trump appointee. So to prevent corruption, well, this is the thing. I'm curious about this. We know he had to say something about his funding because of the Senate hearings, right? The client, he had officially seen every single client who paid his firm more than $5,000. Oh, what? Damn, hold on. Though this mandate, Blanche was legally required to reveal. Okay, so he had some private things that he was trying to cover up, but he was forced to reveal. He had an official list. He had to officially list every single client who paid his firm more than $5,000, which explicitly included Donald Trump and several co-defendants. His business value he had disclosed the estimate value. Okay, his personal partner income. Okay, why isn't there an exact number? Even in these mandatory government disclosure forms, the law does not require officials to list exact numbers down to the cent. Instead, right? So you don't have the right to know. People don't have the right to know. But in any case, look, he can always be paid after. You know what I mean? Like, people don't always get paid before the crime happens. They can be paid after, you know? So my thoughts on that is that if he defends Trump well, he's going to be paid somehow, some way. And here's the other thing. Let me look up one other thing. Does he have?
Well, remember, he can have, you know, since he has a firm, he can have someone else represent anyone affiliated with Trump and not have to obviously have that direct correlation to himself.
Right, exactly. It's loads of ways to cover up what his exactly. Now, it also says that he has assets. The documents show he has highly diversified personal investment portfolio. The total report assets value between 2.1 and 7.5 million. You see? So his assets are another thing, right? Traditional stock index funds, S&P 500 total market funds, large holdings, and Fidelity 500 index fund value between 100,000 and 250. Various Vanguard total stock market. Yeah. So he has Vanguard also, individual blue chip stocks, smaller individual stocks investments, mostly 1,000 to 15,000 range, and companies like TSLA, Pfizer, PFE, Delta Airlines, right? A significant cryptocurrency portfolio. Interesting. See, this is where it gets dirty. And I mean, not that the last shit is not dirty. I think it's still, you got to deal with corruption here with Todd Blanche. I mean, I still think it just the average, the way we allow our people that work for the government to use inside government information to, you know, what is it called? Insider trading. That's a huge
trading. Yep.
Yeah, you know, it's not just the congressional members, right?
Circle back to what Todd Blanche opened up with when it came to drugs. We can just circle back to the former president of Honduras. If you could look him up.
Right.
And let's not forget about Prospera, right?
Yeah, that's Peter Thiel, right?
Yeah, Peter Thiel, but essentially under whose government, right? Like, that was formed...
Argentina?
No, right. It was formed under the former president of Honduras.
Oh, really?
Before he was convicted. Yeah,
hold on, that's in Honduras, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's in... Okay. And what's that island called? What's the company called again that's on that island? Off of Honduras?
Well, Prospera is the sovereign land that they're trying to make a tax haven. For the rich, for the richest, with low taxes, different laws.
Okay, let's see here. Yeah, now it says, that's right. Sorry about that. Damn, man. So, let's see the web. Okay. Yeah, let's see here. Donald Trump, December 2025, presidential pardon of Juan Orlando Hernandez. I'm sorry, JOH, the former president of Honduras. Hernandez has been sentenced in a U.S. federal court to 45 years in prison for conspiring to import 400 tons of cocaine into the United States. Trump's abrupt decision to grant him full pardon shocked the traditional foreign policy establishment, but it was highly celebrated by a specific group of right-wing tech billionaires and political strategists. Right. So Trump pardoning.
I wonder why. Why would the tech billionaires celebrate it? Because of Prospera.
Yeah. It looks like it says so because they want in. You know, so this is just so corrupt. It is so corrupt. Let me pull up the map too, so people kind of get this better. I'm sure most people do, but just to make sure. So Trump, now was Todd Blanche was the acting? No, he was the number 2 when this happened, right? When the pardon happened, right?
No, I think he was still acting in a personal manner for Trump as his criminal attorney. Well,
okay.
In his own private manner, but
he was the criminal attorney. Okay. So let's see here. Let me pull this up.
Which remember, that doesn't stop him from advising Trump, right? Like he cannot be in official capacity and still advise Trump.
Okay. He can still advise Trump in an unofficial capacity.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Now let me.
Which essentially Pam Bondi hinted at that.
Pam Bondi hinted at
the fact that he ended up meeting with Ghislaine is also another sign.
Yeah, exactly. This is what's sick, bro.
Right? Like if you're not an acting attorney general, but you're involved in matters such as Epstein, and you're in the capacity, the only time you've served is under the, as a former criminal attorney for Trump. I mean, it says it spells it out itself, right?
Mm-hmm. No, go ahead. Spell it out, though. Spell it out.
Yeah, no, I mean, the fact that he's covering up, right, or wants to overview whatever's happening with Epstein or Epstein related, because Trump is implicit, right? He's implicit in nefarious activities involving Epstein.
Epstein.
To what extent, we don't know, right? But we can infer.
And there was drug dealing with Epstein too, going through Epstein Island. That's what they're saying, bro. Isn't that right? I mean,
yeah.
Man, this is all. I mean, I think would get. I know why you say people can easily connect the dots, but if you don't have all the information, you can't. But people should know that yes, there's an element of drug smuggling, narco handling, also connected to Epstein Island. It's not even just the island. So it's not just the sex trafficking going on. It's like you said, other nefarious activities that a group of criminals are collectively involved in, gathering, just setting up criminal activity together in highly secure places. And in this place, West Bay, right? This is where what's the company you're talking about? What is it called? Starts with a P. Palantir, right? Is set up, right? Isn't that in the West Bay? That's here in this island, right?
That's not set up there per se, but the founder, Peter Thiel,
is moving here.
He essentially set up and helped fund Prospera, which essentially is a safe haven for the billionaires to act in a lawless manner with low taxes and with no oversight, right?
Right.
Of any government, right?
And that's here on this island, basically, Prospera.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yes.
It's in this area right here, same island, Bay Islands or whatever. Yeah, this one right off the coast of Honduras. So yeah, there's a lot there, and you're right. You're never gonna know. You will never know the extent of what they're involved in and what Todd Blanche is involved in. People will find out after. Yes. Years after, when they're long gone. Exactly. Just like how Epstein scenario went, what is going on right now with Trump, you will find out 20 years later. That's if the government functions the same way. Right now, it could respond differently and want to expedite knowledge, expedite investigating what the hell has happened here with the Trump administration. But you can't bet on it. I mean, if it functions normally, you won't know. A lot of us will be dead, right? Our kids will fucking be talking about it. Oh, really? They did that? I remember that. My daddy was talking about that. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's terrible, bro. It's terrible. All right, so let's get back to Mr. Todd Blanche and how honest he is. Helping the American people. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Attorney General, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We appreciate very much hearing from you. I've got to ask you about something that's dear to my heart. I authored the Justice Served Act.
Oh, bless my heart. I want to ask you about something that's dear to my heart, so we have to ignore that. I'm sorry. I mean, should I go past that? Which representative is this? He just sounds like he's not about to ask anything relevant. Yeah. Is there someone hot? Here we go. Let's get to the firebrands. Because it seems like he's asking them a softball question. Well, let's hear it. Fuck it. I don't want people to think I'm just trying to dismiss it. Here's the rep. Let's hear it.
Local enforcement solve violent crimes.
We very much support it, sir, and I think that it's extraordinarily important to federal law enforcement and to state and local law enforcement. We have, I think, over a dozen DOJ grant programs that are designed to further the research and further the technology in that space. I think that's an important place for us to be spending our money because it does solve crime.
And in turn, local people are going to get the opportunity to petition you to get help on that.
Correct.
On their crimes that they consider very important. As I think you may know, I was a former district judge in Texas. And I see the damages caused by lenient policies and judicial overreach. I think that creates damages, and not only in moving cases along, but also in the people's view of justice and whether justice is being served. How is the department responding to the activist judges?
Spitfire, I see you. Exactly. The blue-haired lady, she wants to smoke. Exactly. She does. I don't want to skip this guy. But I have a feeling this is all softball. And I didn't understand his question. He was talking about he's got a problem with, first of all, lax policy and judicial overreach. Which one is it? Are you complaining about lax policy or judicial overreach? I mean, in regards to crime, I didn't get that.
Of justice and whether justice is being served. How is the department responding to the activist judges who issued nationwide injunctions against President Trump's immigration and national security actions?
Okay, so this guy needs to be unelected from office because now he's got Trump talking points and shit. Judges just doing their job. They're now activist judges. Yeah, so screw him. Whoever elected him is another person that doesn't care about being a slave. Okay, at least some slaves wanted freedom. I mean, goddamn, maybe not all, but here, let's get the blue-haired lady up here.
And that's exactly what we're doing.
No, we're not.
At least where I come from, judges written as I'm applying justice.
That's not where you come from either. All right, here we go. Blue-haired lady on deck. Give her a round of applause.
Chairman, if I could just follow up on my colleague Congresswoman Meng's questions. I have here. This is the order on the settlement, the $1.8 billion, and then this is the addendum to the order, which is about tax immunity, and this is a copy of the settlement agreement, and the Associate Attorney General signed this. These two documents were signed by yourself. Now, this is all in writing. This is all. Can you tell us here today that you are going to disavow this, that you're going to rescind what you said to Ms. Meng in writing with these efforts? These three documents are in writing. Is that a yes or a no?
So I can't answer that yes or no. Do you want an answer?
Yeah.
Okay, so not yes or no. You gave me three documents. The only document I said we're not moving forward on today is the first document identified, which is the anti-weaponization fund. There's still a settlement agreement.
Exactly. He can't give a yes or no. He can't give a yes or no on that. Sorry. I'm not here to give yes or no. It's more complicated. American people. No yes or no for you. Are we out here fighting sex trafficking? I can't give a yes or no on that.
With these efforts. These three documents are in writing. Is that a yes or a no?
So I can't answer that yes or no. Do you want an answer?
Yeah.
Okay, so not yes or no. You gave me three documents. The only document I said we're not moving forward on today is the first document identified, which is the anti-weaponization fund. There's still a settlement agreement. And there's still the second document I signed is not an addendum; it's a separate Attorney General order.
Okay. So, but you're not going to rescind the addendum, the second order.
No.
The only thing you're talking about here. So the blanket immunity is not something that you're going to move back on.
It's not blanket immunity. That's not true.
It is.
No, it's not.
Read it. Okay. United States releases, waives, acquits, and forever discharges each of the plaintiffs from and is hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing any and all claims, counterclaims, causes of actions, appeals, requests for any reliefs. I mean, this is an order from you, but you're not prepared. You are prepared to say that the president and his family will be barred, are immune from. That's a yes.
No, it was not a yes. I had not answered the question. I can't answer if you want me to.
What are you doing with this?
Okay, so there was a settlement, which is one of the documents you
Yes.
showed. Okay.
Right.
Part of the settlement included the second order that you just held up.
Right.
And that is still, nothing has changed with that. What I said today, what I've said a couple times today, as what we talked about yesterday, is we're not moving forward with the anti-weaponization fund.
Okay, but you are moving forward with this second order.
It's not moving forward. There's a settlement. There's a settlement that the IRS entered into with President Trump and others, his family and his companies. As part of that settlement, as is customary in IRS settlements,
You're an attorney.
there's the separate AG order.
So this is what they're doing. So it's going to be normalized now from this point on that presidents, when they have children, family members, right, engaged in businesses with the government, right, $1 billion, $1 million businesses, right, or anything else, that just because they're the children of the president, you will not be investigating them whatsoever, regardless of what they do. Let's listen to this order that was given. This is insane. Let's listen to this exchange again. This is what's going on in the United States of America. So if some other right wing want to bring this into your country, you want to bring this into your country, right wingers around the world, you want to bring this in, this is what you bringing in. So bring it in so it can destroy your country. And think about this. You may not survive it. The United States, we may not survive this. We have a good chance at doing it because we got more guns. The citizens of the United States, fuck the military. Leave the military guns and weapons out of it. Leave the police weapons and guns out of it. The citizens of the United States have more guns than all the citizens of China and Russia put together. That's the only reason why we might get around this, because there's one other element to taking our freedom. But they might try. But some other Western government bringing in this kind of right wing, you will not survive it. You will be finished. You will be finished by this. Take the warning clearly. Now let's listen to this again. This is what Todd Blanche, the acting AG, the head fucking attorney of the United States of America, is doing to our justice system. These are the orders that he's giving out.
Not an addendum, it's a separate attorney general.
With these efforts. These three documents are in writing. Is that a yes or a no?
So I can't answer that yes or no. Do you want an answer?
Yeah.
Okay, so not yes or no. You gave me three documents. The only document I said we're not moving forward on today is the first document identified, which is the anti-weaponization fund. There's still a settlement agreement, and there's still the second document I signed is not an addendum. It's a separate attorney general order.
Okay. Okay. So, but you're not going to rescind the addendum, the second order?
No,
The only thing you're talking about here, so the blanket immunity is not something that you're going to move back on?
it's not blanket immunity. That's not true.
It is.
No, it's not.
It's an order. It's an order to not prosecute Donald Trump or his family members, period. That's an order. And she's calling it an blanket immunity. Yeah, maybe technically it's not a blanket immunity.
Form of an immunity. It's a form of immunity.
It's a
right?
form of immunity. He's trying to get out through technicalities, or come on. This is a form of immunity, right? So if we get out of the technical zone of the language, it's a form of immunity, right? In average English language, right? So this is what the order actually does. Listen to this order, and you tell me, living in any other country on earth, do you want a Justice Department that gives the families and the president immunity for any criminal conduct? You decide. Listen to it. Here it is.
Okay. United States releases, waives, acquits, and forever discharges each of the plaintiffs from and is hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing any and all claims, counterclaims, causes of actions, appeals, requests for any reliefs. I mean, this is an order from you. But okay,
Here it is right here. This is it. She's going to read exactly the order again. This is what the Justice Department is ordering, saying you can never do this again. So that means every other president family is going to be immune also, right? I mean, going to be covered from prosecution, right? To just give it to every president, right? Should Biden have that? Should Biden be free from prosecution? Should his kids be free from prosecuting no matter what they do? Is that what should happen? Doesn't sound like a democracy. It sounds like a kingdom. But here it is. This is exactly what it is. Todd Blanche's order.
okay. United States releases, waives, acquits, and forever discharges each of the plaintiffs from and is hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing any and all claims, counterclaims, causes of actions, appeals, requests for any reliefs. I mean, this is an order from you.
Look, you can't even prosecute, but you can't even investigate. That's what Todd Blanche did for Donald J. Trump and his entire family. Let's hear it one more time. And let me put this up. Let's do this. Let me put it up. Also, I'm gonna put this up in the chat. Start a poll, right? Should presidents be immune, right? President and their families be immune from prosecution. Yeah, so there we have it. Let me know what you think in the poll. I just want to know what your thoughts are on that. Now let's hear it one more time.
Counterclaims, causes of actions, appeals, requests. Okay. United States releases, waives, acquits, and forever discharges each of the plaintiffs from and is hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing any and all claims, counterclaims, causes of actions, appeals, requests for any reliefs. I mean, this is an order from you, but you're not prepared. You are prepared to say that the president and his family will be barred, are immune from. That's a yes.
No, it was not a yes. I had not answered the question. I can't answer if you want me to.
What are you doing with this?
Okay, so there was a settlement, which is one of the documents you
Yes.
showed. Okay.
Right.
Part of the settlement included the second order that you just held up.
Right.
And that is still, nothing has changed with that. What I said today, what I've said a couple times today, as what we talked about yesterday, is we're not moving forward with the anti-weaponization fund.
Okay, but you are moving forward with this second order.
It's not moving forward. There's a settlement. There's a settlement that the IRS entered into with.
Right. So you see now, so what they've done is they've manipulated and lied, it looks like, to the American people. So now that the IRS, right, is not made a settlement with Trump, right, to not do any IRS investigations anymore on Trump. Now they've taken that agreement and broadened it through the Justice Department, through Todd Blanche. Now that just applies to everything. Look, listen to this. Yep. This is insane. Now, you see what I'm saying? So, listen.
And remember,
Yeah, go ahead.
he's speaking in a decisive manner to make it seem as if somehow this is okay, right? Hey, we're not proceeding with the slush fund that was blocked and stopped by a Virginia judge, right? He's not going to say that part, right?
Yep.
We're no longer pursuing it. You're no longer pursuing it because you don't want it to go through the court system, because you do not
Exactly.
want it to get picked apart and scrutinized based off of the corruption that you know exists, right? And so, with that said, we're seeing him justify the not only further IRS investigations for him and his family, but it's essentially immunity, right? Essentially
Yeah.
immunity on a criminal level, right? It went from just IRS level to a criminal level because, and if so, why would you need
That's
some sort of
corruption.
immunity if you know that you are doing everything correct? Why would you be in fear of prosecution on a
Exactly.
criminal level if you're
Exactly.
doing things on the up and up?
Exactly.
Does that make sense?
No, and it doesn't make sense, and it's total utter corruption. So this man, he has brought in the worst, the lowest, just the most harmful form of corruption. He not only has, and keep in mind, the Supreme Court, they did this similar acts with Trump. They already tried to make him immune from prosecution for presidential acts. Fine, right? They did that, right? But also, if the president, even if it's not presidential, his acts, just the fact that he was talking about it as a president, that they can keep that out of any prosecution also, right? So it has many layers to it, right? And it permeates, as a shield of protection around him, regardless if it's a presidential act or not, right? So, but now then the Justice Department chimes in. So now he's got another layer of protection of criminal activity. And again, like you said, if you're not doing a crime, what do you need all this protection for? So
Richard Nixons of the world, the Richard Nixons of the world would have salivated for a deal like this, for an opportunity like this,
yeah,
right? And what it does is this also bolsters his case for non-impeachment, right? How can you, if you can't investigate him, how can you find something that's impeachable? This is all tied back in, right? Like I don't think people understand.
I don't think it can go that far though, because I'm not sure. Don't get me wrong,
But
but
look, if you can't
yeah.
investigate it, how can you present how can you present a case for impeachment if you can't if you can't forth the evidence that would take to get him impeached? Can they file it per se without that information? Of course, right? But how far do you think that's going to get if they can't have the evidence to prove it?
Yeah, but okay, let's put this in a real let's create a real life scenario, right? Example. I'm not sure. I think Congress, this doesn't supersede nothing. The Justice Department does supersedes anything of Congress. You see what I mean?
You're correct, right?
But yeah,
they
go
would
ahead.
take they would have to present a body of evidence,
Yeah.
and then Congress would have to bring forth.
Congress would have to order
charges.
Congress would have to order the Justice Department to turn over anything they want. And,
exactly. And if you don't have information, how can you prosecute?
Which is actually, yeah. But if you don't have information, what do you mean by that? Explain that.
Because if you can't investigate him, where are you getting this information from?
Oh, you mean if the Department of because that's it. Because what Todd Blanche is saying is that he's the one who gives this order, right? His Department of Justice, right? They have had this, right? So until it's changed, they're not allowed to even investigate. It's not just prosecute. They're not even allowed to seek information, right? So you're correct there. Exactly correct. So what information do they have to turn over to Congress if Congress requested? None. Right?
And remember, V. Yeah,
but there won't be any new information, but there will be old information. And here's the thing that's interesting about that too, and I'm gonna let you speak. Here's the thing: everybody in the Justice Department is not a fucking Trump sycophant, and they're not a Todd Blanche sycophant. A lot of these people, the rank and file, hate these fucking people. They hate Todd Blanche. So So this is what's very keen about this order, because he's scared that that the rank and file are fucking still investigating Trump. And so that's where the order really matters most, right? He's losing control. So this is an admittance that Todd Blanche has no control over the Justice Department and the rank and file in reality. It's kind of like Kash Patel having no control over the FBI. They're just roadblocks to these departments, essentially. Is that what it sounds like to you, or?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Right, like it shows that, because look, regardless of whether they like Trump or not, if they were to compile a body of evidence, right, because it's a vote nonetheless when it gets presented in front of Congress, right? Yeah. They would have to vote based off the evidence, and if the evidence is so overwhelmingly against a person like Trump, they would have to force the impeachment proceedings. Otherwise, they would be hypocritical when that comes up again, or if it were to be placed in front of a Democratic president, right? So, in order to fall in line, they would vote for it, right? Like they would vote for impeachment if they have enough evidence. But the whole thing is to cut it off at its feet and not have any evidence.
Which has kind of worked when dealing with Jeffrey Epstein, just like small little cuts here and there to just kind of control the outcome, control it from leaking out. Even now, to keep the Epstein files from being released, there's a damn law that everyone in the Congress and the Senate basically signed the law. The president signed the law to release all the Epstein files, and yet they're still not released. Same.
And Congress, but this went through Congress, right? This went through the same Congress.
It's a law. It's a law.
Yes, it's a law.
By law, they have to release it all. That's the law. And they have already defaulted on that. And this is the guy. So this is the main Epstein and criminal protector in the United States. The person who is protecting the most serious, heinous forms of crime in the United States of America is the acting AG at this point. It's Todd Blanche. This will be his history. This will be his story as the AG. He will be known as the most criminal AG, the most punk ass AG in the United States, the most treasonous, the most sellout, because he's selling out the American people for criminal fucking mafias. Global criminal mafia activity, treason, espionage. He's protecting these people that committed acts on our soil against our own officials. He's protecting these fucking people. Drug traffickers, all involved in this shit. Sex traffickers, all involved in this shit. People that harmed and assaulted little girls, little boys, and murdered them. This bitch ass Todd Blanche is now the dude that's there to protect them. I mean, this is his face. Yep. That's his name. Is that some sort of French last name? Blanche. Is that a French last name?
It sounds like it.
Oh my God, man! I feel sorry for the French man.
He's gonna go back to his private practice when this is all done. He doesn't care.
And I bet he's getting paid. He's not even getting paid as much. This is what disgusts me, man. These people do it. Sure, he's getting millions, though. Don't get it wrong. He's got more money than all of us in the chat, pretty much. Maybe not everybody. There's some millionaires that slide through here sometimes, right? But so I won't count that out. But this guy, to be honest, even if he got 5 million, that's peanuts compared to what the people who are robbing our country under his leadership are getting. They're fucking getting billions. This guy is Donald Trump's son's bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's pathetic, man. This dude is just no spine, man. No fucking spine. Oh man, it just, man, this is every bit a representation of the United States of America and what we are. We can't run away from this. We've let our country become this. And unfortunately, and it's worse than what people think, because they don't care about selling out any American. You're not going to have a job. A computer, a robot is going to be doing. If a computer won't be doing your job, a robot will be, or both. And on top of it, your rights First Amendment rights, all your rights are going down the tubes. It's going to be like Judge Dredd. You know what I'm saying? All your rights down.
That's a good comparison.
Yeah. It's going to be like you're going to be judged right there on the street. You know what I mean? By federal agents. Federal agents will be doing the policing now. And there's nothing you're going to be able to say about it. They'll be able to violate all your fucking rights. Any of those rights, you know? And the first thing they're going to do, as soon as you get angry and start talking about you ain't going for it anymore, is they're going to send these robots out there to try to get your guns. I mean, I know it. I already know it. I know my kids definitely will be talking about the day the government sent some machines out to seize people's guns. Just straight up. I already know it. It's just a matter of when. You see what I mean? And us Americans, we would be the goddamn fools because we told Trump, yeah, we want it all. We want AI everywhere. We want robots everywhere. We don't care about our constitutional right. Hey, you know, fuck the Bill of Rights, y'all. That's not what the founders wanted. The founders didn't intend on the Bill of Rights existing, even though it was written by the same motherfuckers who wrote the Constitution. I mean, what the fuck? But this is where we are, bro. This is where we at with these people, man. This is where we at. These excuses, man. I mean, anyway, let's hear some more.
It is, right? And you know, I want the viewers to understand that these hearings may sometimes be mundane, but what's inferred and what's said, even especially in a meeting like this, shows the intention for the future, right? It shows how behind the scenes we won't be able to know, right? Because he's saying that it's definitive, right? Like he's not even like budging on that, right? He said this is the part of 3 parts. That first part is overruled. We're not going to go forward with that because, you know, a Virginia judge stopped that, and we don't want that to get, you know, scrutiny under the law. So we're just going to retract from that. But the other 2, which include essentially immunity from the IRS,
right,
you know, and immunity from the DOJ, you know what? That's what we're pursuing, right? Because that was always his intention, right? To at least have one of the 3 fall in line, mainly that, right? Because again, that's going to hinder and essentially cut off any impeachment proceedings, right? Or any potential for impeachment proceedings based off of, you know, criminal activity or potential criminal activity for anyone in his family, right? It's a blanket immunity when it comes to not just him, but everyone in his family, because he knows that essentially they're still running his operation in the background while he holds, you know, office, right? The Ivanka's, you know, like his daughter, you know, his son-in-law and Don Jr. are all holding his positions globally and locally while he holds office, right? And it's only a matter of time once he steps down or once he's done in office that they will investigate. When this presidency is over, you know, the next DOJ they're going to investigate. They're gonna, you know, under oath, ask every single one of these individuals what happened in this administration and during this administration, right?
By law, they have to, bro. Look, under the Constitution of the Department of Justice, right? Under the Constitution, the Department of Justice, DOJ, does not have the authority to grant permanent constitutional immunity to a president. So the Constitution places the power to interpret constitutional immunity exclusively in the hands of the judiciary, the Supreme Court. However, the DOJ has immense power over how laws are enforced, and it uses internal policies that functionally shield a president from federal prosecution. The breakdown of what the DOJ can and cannot do legally regarding the presidential immunity is structured across the distinct areas. What the DOJ cannot do: permanent constitutional immunity. The DOJ is part of the executive branch. It cannot write laws or alter the Constitution, period. The Supreme Court rules on immunity. Only the Supreme Court can decide what a president is constitutionally immune from. In the landmark 2024 decision, Trump versus United States, the Supreme Court ruled that presidents have absolute immunity for criminal prosecution for core official acts, presumptive immunity for other acts, and no immunity for unofficial private acts. The DOJ is bound by this. The DOJ cannot expand this ruling. For example, if a president commits a purely private crime, an unofficial act, the DOJ cannot declare that the president has permanent constitutional immunity for a crime, for that crime. So Todd Blanche is already crossing the line here. But what the DOJ can do, the power of prosecutorial discretion. While the DOJ cannot grant constitutional immunity, it can grant functional immunity through a total control over federal criminal investigations. Okay. Total control over federal criminal investigations. Functional immunity through its total control over federal. So it can default on its directives. In other words, under the principle of prosecutorial discretion, the DOJ gets to choose who it investigates and who it indicts. The sitting president policy, OLC memos. The DOJ has a binding internal policy written by the Office of Legal Counsel, OLC, in 1973 and reaffirmed in 2000, stating that a sitting president cannot be criminally indicted or prosecuted while in office. So we all saw it while in office, right? The reason the DOJ argues, but that's not what Todd Blanche is asking for, really, right? The DOJ, and plus he's talking about his kids and family too. The Supreme Court never ruled on that. So the reason DOJ argues that prosecuting a sitting president would physically hamstring the executive branch and prevent the commander in chief from running the country, which violates the constitutional separation of powers. Okay, this is temporary, not permanent. The policy is not permanent. Immunity is a pause button. In theory, once a president leaves office, the DOJ policy no longer applies and they can face prosecution for unofficial crimes, subject to the Supreme Court 2024 ruling. Can the DOJ investigate a president? Yes. The DOJ policy explicitly states that while a sitting president cannot be indicted, they can absolutely be investigated. So Todd Blanche is looking to stop that. In his order, the Supreme Court confirmed this in Trump and Vance 2020, ruling that the president is not exempt from criminal subpoenas or grand jury investigations. This is why the DOJ was legally allowed to appoint special counsel to investigate presidents like Richard Nixon, Watergate, Bill Clinton, Whitewater, and Donald Trump while they were in office. The standard criminal immunity, transactional or use immunity. Okay. Like any other criminal suspect, a president could theoretically be granted standard witness immunity by federal prosecutors. If the DOJ is investigating a broader conspiracy, prosecutors have the legal right to grant the individual use immunity, meaning their words cannot be used against them in court in exchange for their testimony. However, this is a standard tool used by prosecutors for witnesses. It is not a special constitutional shield built for the president. Summary. Okay, so look, let me see something else. But what about the president's family? Can the DOJ? But what about the president's family? Can they be shielded? And what does the Constitution say about the president's?
Remember me. The examples they used against presidents like Nixon and Bill Clinton led to what? What did that lead to?
Watergate, impeachment.
There you go.
Yeah, it led to impeachment, right? It led to impeachment for sure.
It led to the impeachment, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So when we're looking at this, we know exactly what's happening, right? Like we know why. Right. We know why.
Yeah, this is about.
This is not a maybe.
Yeah, it's true. You said that earlier. This is about impeachment. It's clearly about impeachment, right? It's about these elections. They are afraid that Congress, that the Republicans lose control over Congress and the Senate, and they are afraid that the newly elected officials, the newly elected Congress and Senate, is going to impeach and remove Donald J. Trump for crimes and other things. What is it called? Crimes and dastardly deeds, right? So the U.S. So now here's what it says about his family. So all of this is tied into this election, y'all. Todd Blanche, what this bitch ass is doing right here, Todd Blanche, is tied into the election coming. So everything he's doing, he's trying to preempt it. You see, he's trying to shield the president, even if there's a newly elected Congress and Senate. Is that about it, right? Is that about right, Mike?
Yeah, that's exactly right?
Okay,
Is it a coincidence that his former criminal attorney takes the position of AG, and this is one of his first acts? This wasn't done in the Pam Bondi.
This is one of his first acts. Yep.
He's still acting. He's not even in official capacity yet, right?
Yeah.
Like we know this,
Yeah.
and yet we haven't called out the hypocrisy. And this is what I mean about the Democratic Party as well, because it shouldn't take just Congress members to continuously have these open meetings to be able to call out the hypocrisy and the blatant corruption.
Right.
Our everyday politicians who represent us on the most basic levels can and should be calling this out openly, right?
Mm-hmm.
They can easily have access to press conferences and say, hey, you know what? I want to host a press conference and talk about the travesty that is what this current acting AG is doing or implying by his actions when he does this, right? But instead, they only covered the slush fund. Yeah, the slush fund was a big one, but there's more to that than just the slush fund. They covered one of a three-legged beast.
Facts. Exactly. He throws out a plethora of crimes. Let's just start off with 50 crimes here that we're going to commit. And then after that, let's do another 50. It's like, damn, it's so many so much criminal activity. The public, first of all, can't keep count. Can't keep focus on what's happening, and the news cycle can't keep up with it, so they can't decipher. And even the news cycle, man, we just fuck them, fuck legacy media. They didn't do their job, just like the Supreme Court failed the American people, just like our Congress has failed the American people. Right there, smack in the middle, is legacy media. They failed to protect the United States of America, the citizens, from the biggest criminal conspiracy against the nation that has probably ever existed. They fucking were paid off. These people, Americans, man, this is a lesson for corruption and how it works. Capitalist corruption, pure 100% capitalist corruption has, and that's just, it's sad. This is capitalist corruption at its best. Not to say corruption doesn't happen in a lot of forms, but this is bleeding capitalist, extremist capitalist corruption happening. You can have capitalism and still do a lot of, still use its engine to have a lot of great social policies if you want to, like most Western democracies do. All of them do that. But the United States doesn't. We do it to give the criminals fucking power and to beat down the middle class and the poor every second of the way and get them to pay for their own ass beating through taxes. It's like, get the fuck, man. Yeah, this is fucking sick, bro. All right, so it says about his family. The U.S. Constitution is completely silent on the president's family. Legally speaking, the president's family has no special constitutional status, protections, privileges, or immunity. Under the Constitution, the president's spouse, children, and siblings are treated exactly like any other American citizen. If they break the law, they can be investigated, indicted, arrested, and sent to prison. Yeah. Right now they're getting the presidential shield, though. I mean, it's not like states are going to be arresting these people or investigating them. Nah, because they're getting the presidential shield. They're getting the federal government's shield. They're getting the who protects the president, Secret Service shield. Can't do that. Sorry. Okay. However, because the president controls the executive branch, there's a few highly effective political and structural ways the president can shield their family from criminal consequences, right? Because this ain't going to be Biden. See, Biden was a humble man. Too bad. Too bad he was such a humble man.
Yep.
You know, too bad. Why didn't he just, you know, they said he weaponized the government. Well, why didn't he just fully weaponize it like Trump then? You know, and eradicate these motherfuckers, you know. And I bet, you know, it's only going to go two ways. Either this next elected Congress, either this election is going to go fairly and there's a newly elected Congress and Senate that removes this motherfucker and everybody involved with him, or the country's finished. The country is finished. The ultimate shield, the presidential pardon power. While the Constitution gives no immunity to the president's family, it gives the president an almost unlimited tool. It gives them almost unlimited tools to protect them. The pardon power, Article 2, Section exactly. So the president, he can pardon, but he can't stop anyone from investigating, and that's what Todd Blanche wants. Obviously, his family is all involved with his corruption too, right? So, and it's not just him. There's others, but let me see here. Presidents. This is a well-established historical practice. Bill Clinton's famously pardoned his half brother Roger Clinton for drug charges. Donald Trump pardoned his son-in-law Jared Kushner's father Charles Kushner during his first term, and President Joe Biden issued a sweeping federal pardon to his son Hunter Biden following the tax and gun convictions. The catch: the pardon power only applies to federal crimes. If a state, yeah, exactly, but the federal government is and the Secret Service is still gonna protect their kids until Trump is out of the White House. So, and obviously Todd Blanche did this. This is what Todd Blanche did. I mean, you know, he made it very, very sure of what his goal is, and here it is.
Okay. United States releases, waives, acquits, and forever discharges each of the plaintiffs from and is hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing any and all claims, counterclaims, causes of actions, appeals, requests for any reliefs. I mean, this is an order from you, but you're not prepared. You are prepared to say that the president and his family will be barred, are immune from. That's a yes.
No, it was not a yes. I had not answered the question. I can't answer if you want me to.
What are you doing with this?
Okay, so there was a settlement, which is one of the documents you
Yes.
showed. Okay.
Right.
Part of the settlement included the second order that you just held up.
Right.
And that is still, nothing has changed with that. What I said today, what I've said a couple times today, as what we talked about yesterday, is we're not moving forward with the anti-weaponization fund.
Okay, but you are moving forward with this second order.
It's not moving forward. There's a settlement. There's a settlement that the IRS entered into with President Trump and others, his family and his companies. As part of that settlement, as is customary in IRS settlements,
You're an attorney.
there's the separate AG order.
Friends, listen to what is being.
Look, so he said, as is customary, it's customary to protect, to just give blanket protection to the president and his family, because the IRS has said they won't be seeking. They give up their prosecution of it for the tax crimes. So now you got to give up prosecuting them for any crime whatsoever, him and his family, just into perpetuity. I mean, and listen to the people aghast in the back. Listen to that, because they all know it's not. It's not. First of all, it's not standard, right? You know, he's claiming it is, but this is how manipulative they are. He's going to say, yeah, but Biden did it, and da 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 da. So you know, he's going to try to find an excuse why someone else did it. So we're going to do it. We're going to do it even in the worst possible sense. You know what I'm saying? You dropped a little bit of candy on accident, and somebody else is going to come along and say, well, now I can dump candy all over the street. Biden did it. It's like, what the fuck? This is what he's doing. Listen to his language.
And his companies. As part of that settlement, as is customary in IRS settlements,
You're an attorney.
there's the separate AG order.
Friends, listen to.
His family and his companies. As part of that settlement, as is customary in IRS settlements,
You're an attorney.
there's the separate AG order.
You hear that? As is customary in IRS settlements. So it's customary now in IRS settlements to give people blanket immunity for all crimes, period. Yeah, okay, sure. That's why people were like, oh, they know it's bullshit.
Friends, listen to what is being said here today here. This is really pretty extraordinary, that we are going to forever barred and precluded from examining or prosecuting the president, his sons, and the Trump organization's current tax filings. Simply put, you just gave the president and his family a tax immunity to the tune of about $100 million.
Not true.
Well, yes, you have, my
No,
friend.
it's not true.
You know, look, and I just want to say this. The Save America paid you nearly $10 million between March of 2024 and December of 2024 to serve as the President Trump's personal defense attorney. My God, don't you not find there's any conflict of interest in what you are doing here as the acting Attorney General of the United States?
I didn't. What are you saying is a conflict? I don't understand what you're saying.
Listen.
The fact that I used to have a job and I have a current job?
You know, I've got less time left, but I am going to reclaim my time because I think you have clearly answered where you're going on what you're doing on this. Is that you've taken one piece and you said, okay, we have had a ton of backlash on this on this $1.8 billion slush fund. However, so we'll not move on that, but as part of the settlement, which you've said, which is this immunity for the president and his family and his business, etc., that stands. Thank you for
It's not immunity, ma'am. It's
thank you.
It's a promise.
Thank you. It's immunity.
It's not immunity. It's not immunity. Okay, so it's not immunity. What it says is like any time the IRS settles with an individual taxpayer or another company as part of the settlement, it's standard. It's typical to get rid of past ongoing audits. It's not a forward-looking document. It's nothing that gives any sort of immunity in the future to the president or his family or his organizations. And so by you saying that, it's not true.
By you saying
But he's commanding it. While he is the acting attorney general, he just sent out an order to every employee to drop any investigations. That's what he did. I mean, so he's given the order, and until he's removed, the order stands, or until the order is rescinded. And that's why she asked him in the beginning, "Are you rescinding this?" And he didn't say, yeah, he was rescinding it. He didn't answer. He's not rescinding it. What do you want to say, Michael? Oh man.
No, I mean the way he's framing it, and again, you know,
he's
the MAGA base.
He's a slippery snake. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The MAGA base is going to essentially call this a win because he's so calm, cool, and collected, right? And his composure, right? And, you know, it goes to show that the corruption knows no bounds, right? It knows no bounds. And he's strategically placed. And again, I think, you know, as much as we can make fun of the MAGA base, MAGA as a movement has destroyed America and its integrity on the fundamental level, and has really, in a smart way, right, in a very intricate way, they've moved strategic, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, whether we like it or not. They've moved in a manner that, you know, we have been forced to capitulate to, unfortunately, even with, you know,
MAGA,
whoever we have in power representing us.
These poor middle class and poor and middle class white Americans that fell for the MAGA hoax, that fell for the discrimination thing, right? What they didn't understand is that they were empowering a criminal syndicate to take over and conspire against the United States of America. They didn't realize that. And a criminal syndicate knows the law. You see what I mean? So they just didn't know that. These white Americans, these poor white Americans, and these other minorities, the fools of America, right? It's not only poor white Americans, because they all didn't go for this. Many of them was like saw that Trump was a criminal, but the other ones fell for the bigotry, and those folks, they didn't realize they were empowering a criminal syndicate to basically take control over the United States of America. And that's just the height of treason. It's the height of treason. I don't believe they knew. They're too stupid. But there's a lot of people that fucking knew. Like the people that went out and preached to them, they knew it. I mean, look at what's the guy who was the podcaster, Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon knew these motherfuckers were criminals. Come on. He knew they were.
And has been an integral part of the neoconservative movement for quite some time.
Exactly. The higher ups, they all knew that this was criminal element. They were all down with Epstein. They're all down with foreign governments. Who else was the guy who went to jail for conspiring with Russians?
Manafort. We have a few individuals.
Manafort. They all knew this was a criminal syndicate. They all knew it. But these poor MAGA folks didn't. These poor MAGA middle class, and they didn't know it. They didn't realize that. They fell for the Christian talk, for the nationalist talk. They fell for it, and these.
They still are.
They still are falling for it.
Still are, right? Like they're still championing this by wearing MAGA merchandise, by saying "Make America Great Again." You are in support of what this administration aspires to do with America. Whether you understand it or not, you're still championing it, right? And, I think, there's still a lot to have been learned from this movement, right? Down to the merchandising, right? Like, they have merchandise, B. They have merchandise.
Yo,
right? They have merchandise.
Trump wanted these middle class and poor people to give him their money, and they did it. They handed it over in droves.
I mean, not only their money, right? I think, you can imagine how many people just make money off of selling "Make America Great Again" hats and merchandise who aren't affiliated with this current administration.
Oh,
right?
Facts, yeah.
But it goes to galvanize their base. Exactly. It ties right back into capitalism, but also allows for their base to kind of play like a team, right? To always have his slogan present, right? That MAGA movement, it's not just a saying, right? It's a cult. Yeah.
You got to wear the T-shirt. Yeah, you got to drink the Kool-Aid.
Exactly. It's a lifestyle, right?
You got to hang out at the MAGA businesses.
There you go, right? You have to support every bigot that gets locked up, right? Every person who says the N-word publicly, right? And is shamed for it, and is fired, and is held to a public standard that disagrees with it. They enrich these people, right? They enrich people, right?
Yeah. And liberals don't do that. Liberals don't do that. No. Liberals are live and let live, but there's no law that says you got to support another liberal. You have to, just because you're not anti-trans doesn't mean you have to go to a trans restaurant and eat trans food. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't, just because just before you just want gay people to just have their rights, freedom to live their life privately, however the hell they want to live it. You know what I mean? Freedom to choose themselves doesn't mean you have to go and be gay yourself. You know what I'm saying? And they think it means that. MAGA really think it means that, But this points out a weakness, though, in the liberal approach. Like, there has to be something that we mobilize behind that is definitely just as constrict. Like, some rules. As liberals, we got to be anti-fascist. And we got to be serious about it. As liberals, we have to be deadly serious about it, because the problem is that MAGA, they have weaponized it. They've weaponized fascism, bro. And they mean it. They're going to eat it every day. They're going to go to the soup kitchens that only fascist people want to be a part of. They're going to do that. They're going to cult up. And, we got to have something like that on the left that means we're going to honor each other to the finish. Like, to the end, we're going to honor each other to eradicate this shit because it's coming for people. And it's not going to let up. You see Trump, Todd Blanche and them, they're fighting this shit every day. Todd Blanche is in there literally still trying to find ways to protect Trump. I mean, how many branches of government have to shield Trump from crime? That shows you that it's real big, the crime. If they have to use every little lever to shield his activity, that's insane, bro. That speaks to the height of the crime. And then on top of it, well, go ahead, Mike. You wanted to say more, right?
I just, I think, when we think of it as a larger movement, I don't want, individuals on the left or even progressives to get bogged down in verbiage. When we call it anti-fascism, it's because we understand what fascism is.
Right.
But to people who want to redefine what fascism means as just some sort of, extreme liberalism, we don't have to use the words to fight against something. Right? We can be, because that's how, also we tend to ostracize anyone who wants to come to the left, right? Because they may want to be anti-Trump, but if we call it anti-fascism, whether we are correct or not, they don't want to be a part of that movement, right? They're like, oh my God, anti-fascism. I don't understand what ideology is. I don't understand what fascism is, but I know it's a bad word, and I don't want to be associated with it. Right? So, we can just call it anti-Trump, right? Because we know what fascism is. I mean, we know that it's anti-fascism. We know what the examples of fascisms that we're going to use, But look at how far they've gone in terms of weaponizing the word Antifa, right? Anyone associated with Antifa is now a domestic terrorist. And it's by design. When we continue to not, and I think that's where, my idea of progressionism comes from. It comes from being, able to evolve and adapt even when attacked, right?
Right.
Even when they try to, recontextualize the meanings of things, we create new words and new meaning to keep up with them, right? If we don't, they're always going to try to use the next words and redefine what we know is true in an information age, in a disinformation age.
In a dishonest fashion, in a cheap way, exactly. They don't. But look, somebody said in the chat, conservatives don't want to live that way, but it doesn't mean that they attack them. No, what are you talking about? They're stripping their rights from them. That's the point. They're trying conservative,
and as long as it's an F you to any liberal, they're okay with it.
And we're not
even if it harms them.
And we're not even talking about conservatives, because I'm a conservative. Conservative is a personal thing for yourself, a personal choice for yourself. You're not conservative when you're out there passing laws to control other people. That's not conservative. Conservative is about yourself. When you're trying to make other people do stuff, you pass laws to prohibit other people from being themselves. It's about, I don't like you. I'm not that way, so I want to stop you from being you. And that's exactly what MAGA is. Don't try to flip it from MAGA to conservatives, because MAGA, they are not conservatives. They don't have a conservative agenda. That's the point here. Check this out.
Why are you forcing your lifestyle over on me?
Who's forcing you to be gay?
Joe Biden and his crew.
Joe Biden's forcing you to be gay?
No, not forcing me. Make sure you get that right. I ain't gay and ain't got nothing to do with it, okay? Don't ask me.
No, but I thought you're saying he's forcing you. He's forcing you to be gay, or he's forcing you to be, what's he forcing?
The whole party is forcing their lifestyle over onto us. Period.
Nobody's forcing you to be gay. It's just so people can live the life how they want to live without persecution.
They are putting in schools, in our education for our children, okay, that it's okay to be that way, and it's not. It's ungodly. Period.
But you're saying like
period. There's no answer. There's no more question to that. You're forcing your lifestyle over on me.
Who's forcing you to be gay?
Joe Biden and his crew.
Joe Biden's forcing you to be gay?
No, not forcing me. Make sure you get that right. I ain't gay and ain't got nothing to do with it. Okay? Don't ask me.
No, but I thought you're saying he's forcing you. He's forcing you to be gay, or he's forcing you to be, what's he forcing?
The whole party is forcing their lifestyle over onto us. Period.
Nobody's forcing you to be gay. It's just so people can live the life how they want to live without persecution.
They are putting in schools, in our education for our children, okay?
Yeah.
That it's okay to be that way, and it's not. It's
So there it is. You see? Hold on. What the hell is this? Sorry about that. What the hell? So
why are you
so
forcing-
that is literally what MAGA is. You see, he's saying something very distinctive here. He's saying they're trying to teach our kids that it's okay to be that way. That is MAGA. Okay, so somebody else in the chat said, I'm not conservative, I'm left leaning. No, I'm conservative. See, here's why I'm conservative. It's by the type of food that I eat, the type of clothing that I wear, the type of money how I use my money. I don't waste my money on lavish things when I can't afford those things. I live within my economic means. Okay, what else? I don't wear earrings. I don't have tattoos. Okay, I am the exact. I'm the same as I'm as conservative as it gets, but I'm not trying to tell other people. I'm not obsessed with telling other people how they can have. You can have a tattoo. I'm not obsessed with who they take home, who they love. I'm not trying to make that a law to prohibit people from loving who the hell they want to love or how they want to love. It's not my business. I don't want to be in their bedroom. That's why I'm a conservative. So MAGA is not a conservative movement. MAGA is a fascist movement. Listen to them. Listen to the guy's words. This is his exact words. Exact words. And you can't change them and pretend that he didn't say this. And this is the people that voted for Trump largely.
Why are you forcing your lifestyle over on me?
Who's forcing you to be gay?
Joe Biden and his crew.
Joe Biden's forcing you to be gay?
No, not forcing me. Make sure you get that right. I ain't gay and ain't got nothing to do with it, okay? Don't ask me.
No, but I thought you're saying he's forcing you. He's forcing you to be gay, or he's forcing you to be what's he
forcing? The whole
forcing?
party is forcing their lifestyle over onto us. Period.
Nobody's forcing you to be gay. It's just so people can live the life how they want to live without
They
persecution.
are putting in schools, in our education for our children, okay?
Yeah.
That it's okay to be that way, and it's not. It's ungodly. Period.
But you're saying like
It's period. There's no answer. There's no more question to that. Period.
because in
It's
Leviticus.
ungodly, friend.
Okay, so in the Bible, in Leviticus,
Yeah.
it says, "If a man lives with a man, he should be put to death."
Careful.
Also,
you be careful. Okay.
also in Leviticus,
we're gonna go to eternity, and we're gonna answer for all this right here.
I look forward to it.
Right.
Also in Leviticus, it says, if you spill your seed, you need to give 2 turtle doves to a pastor, a priest. Spill your seed meaning ejaculate. Have you given turtle doves to priests or pastors like it says in the Bible?
No.
You haven't.
No.
No, he hasn't. And so really he's a goddamn hypocrite. But the bottom line is this. Conservative is how you live your life. You know, that's a personal thing. There's loads of people that are conservatives. But when you try to legislate someone else's life, that's not conservative anymore. You see what I mean? That's something else. You know, if a person is not harming anyone else and they're not committing a crime, right? And it's something as simple as, let's give another example. Should they be able to wear a tattoo or not? Do you want to legislate that? Is that what you want to legislate?
Yeah.
You know,
Personal ideology
when
versus political ideology are very different, right?
Yeah, they're exactly. But check this out. Let me ask this part. If you want to go down the conservative thing, right? You were born in this world the way you are. When you start changing yourself, right? Is that conservative? You see what I'm saying? Is that conservative when you start changing yourself? Is that along the lines of conservative anymore? I mean, I'm just asking. You can view conservatism any way you want, but I'm asking, as a part of your conservatism, is that what it is when you start changing yourself? So, for me, only me, I don't do that. That's me, though. I'm not trying to legislate someone else's life. I'm not trying to tell anyone else what their relationship to God should be or relationship to conservatism should be. I'm saying me. You know, I don't understand that. You know, like for me, I am the same way I was born, pretty much. I don't believe in tattoos. You know, Is that something that, what is up with all these tattoos? Is that conservative? Tattoos everywhere on yourself? Is that what we're going to call conservative today? But again, I'm not legislating tattoos. I can sit down and talk to someone that has a tattoo and listen to what is going on in their brain. I'm not judging them. I'm not trying to legislate away their tattoos. You see what I mean? I'm not trying to judge a person by their religion. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to judge a person by their sexual orientation. And I'm not trying to judge a person. Here's the most important thing. I am anti-slavery. Okay, that means you don't own another person's body. You cannot tell another person what their right is to do with their own fucking body. Don't you understand that?
Autonomy.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm anti-slavery. And that's a form of conservatism also. You see what I mean? So in my conservatism, I don't even go there with other people. That's your body. You do what you want. I'm out of the conversation about that. It has nothing to do with me. It's not my choice. But I believe in my choice. You see what I mean? And but go ahead, Mike. I don't know if I made any sense there to folks.
Yeah, no, I think, people have to understand that the difference in political ideology versus personal ideology is something very, very different. When you start wanting to dictate what someone else can and cannot do, that's when you become politically conservative. Right?
Right, exactly.
When it's okay to go to church.
Right.
It's okay to, want or strive for a heteronormative family, right? It's okay. Those things are okay. They don't make you less progressive, right? But I think advocating for the rights of others that you can recognize that have been oppressed makes you a progressive, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's okay. Again, you can go to church every Sunday, right? You don't have to hate religion in order to be a progressive, right? You don't. Right?
Exactly.
And I think, that's the mindset that a lot of modern day conservatives have as to why they hold that political stance, right? That stance on a political level. Because, just like the guy said, like, they try to make us gay. Like, no one's trying to make you gay. And you don't have to legislate it away in order to make it pretend like it doesn't exist, right?
He's missing the whole point. He's missing the whole point.
Yeah.
Exactly. They're trying to get people to say no, but actually you don't. At the same time, I mean, I don't want to use too much conversation on this, but look, let's be honest. Let's be honest here. People are not born one way. There's not one way people are born. There's many different ways people are born. And in terms of like, you could say these people talking about choosing this and that. No. That's not how simple it works. There's things you can see in people when they're born, and there's things you cannot see that are part of biology also, right? And not just biology, but the human existence, right? Now, there's plenty of people. A lot of folks are offended by trans people, right? But listen, that may be an issue for you that you might want to take up. I mean, I don't know. Are you trans? Why do you feel so bad about it if you're not trans yourself?
Sure.
If you're not trying to do these things, what is it to you, right, in the first place? But here's the thing. The reality is that there are people born with more than 5 fingers. And what do they do to you when you're born with more than 5 fingers in the United States of America every single day of the week? What do? They cut it off. They cut off that extra finger. That's what they do. And your parents probably didn't tell you because they don't want you to, have any harm in school. That's why they cut it off, bro. Because they're thinking about you. They know that if you go to school with 6 goddamn fingers, man, people are going to tease you the rest of your life.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. Now, it gets further. People are born with multiple sex parts. In the United States of America, they do. Every I don't know how often, but it's more often than you might think. What do they do? You see, what has been the practice in the United States of America? And the problem is that a lot of these things have never been discussed, but they've been going on. And so a lot of these dumb fucks like that guy, you can't force me to be gay. He thinks this is about someone trying to force him to be fucking gay. He's so stupid he doesn't even get it. It's about humanity. It's about civil rights. It's about having some humility and some how can I say this? What's the word? Empathy for people.
Yeah.
You know, it's about having empathy for real life situations for people that really goddamn exist. And the problem is that stupidity has been weaponized in America. So it gets translated into they try to make us gay. That dude doesn't.
There's a difference between participation and anti something, right? Those two things are different.
Look,
right?
that dude, he may not even know it, but he might have been born with 6 fingers on a hand. He might have been born with multiple and his parents may not have even fucking told him, because that's what normally happens. They don't tell you because they don't want you to feel any less. So this shit has been going on the whole time, you know, and that's what's so that's what's bad about this conversation, you know. But I don't want to offend anybody, but it's just so people understand that there's a lot more to the conversation than what this idiot is saying. They're trying to make us gay. It's like, no, man. It's that people are born a lot of different ways. And sometimes you can see it. And sometimes there's things you can't see. But that person might feel it inside of themselves. You see what I mean? And what are you going to do when a person feels one way? What are you going to do? You know what I mean? You're going to tell them they don't have the right to feel that way, that they're wrong for feeling that way? Yo, you can
I think
you can
people
destroy
don't understand
people.
what it means to be an ally.
Yeah.
Right? You could be an ally whether that affects you or not. You can still be an ally. It is okay to champion someone else's rights and to notice oppression, even if you're not a participant.
Yo, it's facts, man. Even if you're not a participant, even if has nothing to do with it's just not you. But that doesn't mean in every other way the person is not an ally to you. You know what I mean?
Or less than, right?
Yeah. You know, come on. You know, it's just the same thing. You want everyone who's your ally to have the same hair texture as you, the same eye color. You want your allies to only wear the exact same clothes you wear. You want your allies to only eat the exact same food you eat. Can't be different at all before you understand how they think or what they believe in. You know, this is ridiculous. That's the whole point. That is dangerous to do. And that's what this MAGA thing is doing. And by the way, all these people got on Trump T-shirts talking about make America great again. And they didn't even have the nerve to go out and support an American with some American cotton. An American, you know, recycle some goddamn cotton at least and buy a shirt. Instead, they're all from China. You know, it's just total hypocrisy, man. But let's listen to should we switch away from punk ass Todd Blanche?
I think we can stay a little bit more, and then
Okay.
we can switch interview.
All right, hold on. Let me see some. Okay, yeah, we got like 1 more hour, so let's hear some more.
What you've said, it is not true. So thank you, and I yield back.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. Mr. Clyde.
Thank you. You're an attorney.
I hope they don't give it over to now a softball thrower. They like to do that. You know, when the Republicans control the hearings, they like to start off softball, make sure, you know, if a Democrat gets something in, then they have another softball person. It's like,
I never got to do this, please, here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Acting Attorney General Blanche, for being here today.
right. Yeah, they use intersex now. Exactly. True. Facts. I hear you. Thanks for pointing that out, Norma. Yeah, no, please correct me, because I'm not perfect at all of this stuff. You know what I mean? But at least I'm not an idiot to it either. You see what I'm saying? Like, but thank you for correcting me on that.
I want to commend the Department of Justice's work in protecting Americans' Second Amendment rights. Your fiscal year 27 budget requested $1.4 million to establish a Second Amendment rights section within the Civil Rights Division, and I was proud to lead an amendment in the FY27 CJS Appropriations Act to codify it. This section monitors state and local laws for unconstitutional infringements and pursues enforcement where necessary. Unlike the Biden DOJ, which sought to charge service-disabled veterans with felonies for using stabilizing braces, the Trump Department of Justice has already sued multiple jurisdictions over unconstitutional gun laws, and I look forward to ensuring that this office has the resources that it needs. Congressional Republicans and President Trump also delivered the biggest Second Amendment victory in over 90 years by eliminating the NFA transfer and manufacturing taxes on short-barreled firearms and suppressors in the One Big Beautiful Bill. For 91 years, the NFA subjected gun owners to these unconstitutional infringements. Removing these taxes is a major step towards restoring those freedoms. However, Congress's intent was to remove both the taxation and the registration requirements, as they are inseparably linked. Without the NFA tax, there is no foundation for the registration requirement, since, as I understand it, the registration exists solely to account for the taxes paid, literally by the serial number of the firearm. Yet the Department of Justice is currently not following this congressional intent. So, sir, do you agree that the National Firearms Act, codified in the Internal Revenue Code and originally part of the Treasury Department, is a tax law?
Yes, although my disagreement respectfully is on the intent of Congress. If that's the congressional intent, I welcome it. It's not an objection the department has to the goal you're talking about. It's just understanding the congressional intent when it comes to whether the tax is extended.
Well, if it's a tax law and you eliminate the tax, then, then the registration, in my opinion, has no foundation, and I wrote it. So,
well, that's pretty good on intent, I suppose.
If the NFA registry no longer records the payment of a tax on the zero-tax firearms, and it exists solely to register them, then this appears to be in direct conflict with the Firearm Owners Protection Act of 1986, which explicitly prohibits any federal database or system that tracks firearms or their owners. And I would like to repeat that for you. And it says in 926, section USC 18, 926, it says, no such rule or regulation prescribed after the date of the enactment of the Firearm Owners Protection Act may require that any system of registration of firearms, firearms owners, or firearms transactions or dispositions be established. That's the FOPA of 1986. So, in your view, is the Department of Justice complying with the FOPA's prohibition against the firearm registry for these zero-taxed firearms?
Look, I think I am familiar with this issue. I know it's under active litigation, so I want to be careful. I will tell you that is something that we're working on getting to a good answer to.
Okay, well, I encourage you to have a great answer, and that is to eliminate the registration for those things that are not taxed when the database is indeed a tax database.
Understood.
Thank you. Now, I was happy to see that this committee to take action on this very important issue by prohibiting the registration of zero-tax firearms in the FY27 CJS Appropriations Bill. And I look forward to continuing this fight moving forward. So I'm going to give you some ammunition.
What's up?
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Julian, what's up?
Now, Acting Attorney General Blanche, I also want to applaud the fantastic work the Trump administration and your DOJ have done in curbing the waste, fraud, and abuse of taxpayer dollars. Vice President Vance's task force to eliminate fraud is already leading to results, uncovering billions of dollars in fraud, and specifically your department has created the National Fraud Enforcement Division to lead the federal government's efforts to investigate, prosecute, and remedy rampant fraud. My constituents want accountability for the fraud that has siphoned away their hard-earned tax dollars. So I certainly welcome the click of handcuffs on those stealing from the American taxpayers. So can you elaborate on some of the most egregious cases that your department is prosecuting?
He's welcoming the handcuffs for people that defraud the American public of their tax dollars. Let's say that again.
The click of handcuffs on those stealing from the American taxpayers.
I welcome it also. Why not? Let's have and by the way, we should manufacture some handcuffs too. I hope we do that. Since they want to make America great again, for the law folks, for the people in the Justice Department, let's get some handcuffs for some people like Todd Blanche. That's so funny. Did you hear what he just said? Was he pointing at corruption?
Accountability for the fraud that has siphoned away their hard-earned tax dollars. So I certainly welcome the click of handcuffs on those stealing from the American taxpayers. So can you elaborate on some of the most egregious cases that your department is prosecuting or has already prosecuted?
I mean, look, yes. There's a couple of examples. The most egregious cases are when individuals create completely fictitious organizations, whether it's a daycare center, whether it's an autism center. And so this is money, our tax dollars, going to completely fictitious entities, and it runs through the state. And what we found in some states is there's virtually no compliance, there's no check on the system. And so it's in some ways a very easy crime to catch once we identify it, because it's completely made up. And so this isn't an example of a doctor checking the wrong box, but is actually performing a service. This is pure theft. And we've seen that, unfortunately, too much in this country. And so that's, again, one of the main reasons why we started the new fraud division, is because we will save hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars through this effort.
Thank you very much, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Iaffe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the ranking member, I did want to follow up on Ranking Member Meng's questions about Binance, which frankly looks to me like a blatant pay-for-pardon scheme. So let me walk through some of the facts that lead me to that conclusion. In late 2023, Binance and CEO Zhao agreed to pay a penalty of $4.36 billion. A U.S. judge approved the guilty plea for multiple federal crimes and a civil settlement for anti-money laundering and sanctions, and that was in 2023. Donald Trump is elected president in November 2024. December 2024, Mr. Zhao and Mr. Witkoff meet in Abu Dhabi at a Bitcoin conference. In March of 2025, a couple months later, you're confirmed as Deputy Attorney General. March 25th, 2025, World Liberty Financial announced that it would launch a stablecoin called USD1. World Liberty Financial is a family-owned business by the Trump family. Two of his sons are in it. Mr. Witkoff's got interest in it as well. 1 month later, in April 2025, Binance's founder, Mr. Zhao, was sentenced to federal prison for money laundering and other federal crimes that included funding to terrorist groups like ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. On May 1, World Liberty Financial announces that an Emirati company called MGX, that also has ties to Mr. Witkoff, would use $2 billion on the stablecoin I just mentioned, USD1, to invest in Binance. This gave President Trump and his family a revenue stream that could be worth tens of millions of dollars. According to the Wall Street Journal, Binance took steps that catapulted the Trump's family's ventures into stablecoin product, enhancing its credibility and pushing its market capitalization up from $127 million to over $2.1 billion. Now,
Representative Ivey.
On May 5th, Mr. Zhao publicly stated that he had applied for a presidential pardon for the crimes that he'd previously pled guilty to and had been sentenced to jail for, and the restitution amount of $4.3 billion plus was put in place. A few months later, on October 21, 2025, President Trump grants him a full pardon, with no explanation, by the way, in the document, at least that I saw. So this looks like a pay-to-play kind of scenario. You've got the meeting that takes place. You've got the money that's transferred to an entity that's owned by the Trump family. I don't think the president has actually divested his interest there necessarily, but I could stand corrected on that. But certainly his family still has interest in it, as does Mr. Witkoff. And then a few months after that, he issues a pardon. So why haven't you appointed a special prosecutor to take a look at this? This looks, on its face, it just looks like a quid pro quo scenario that should be investigated. Why haven't you taken that step?
Well, look, the power to pardon in our Constitution is given to the President of the United States. The Constitution does not require him to provide any explanation for who he chooses to pardon or not pardon, or commute or not commute. And so I very much reject the idea that the premise that this looks like something is a basis for me to appoint a special
Let me
prosecutor.
reclaim my time. The Constitution gives him absolute power to pardon. It does not give power to pardon in exchange for payments, clearly. And a $2.1 billion payment to his family. And we'll set aside the fact that he should have divested from all of those interests anyway. But the fact that he gave the that he gets the $2 billion piece, and then a few months later pardons the guy who was guilty of money laundering and providing money to, or helping to finance the money laundering operation for ISIS and Al Qaeda and the guys we're fighting in Iran right now, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard.
I don't.
That's not a problem?
Who he chooses to pardon is not a problem, period. And you're saying all these things that are just not true.
What's the legal basis for that statement?
The Constitution of our United States.
The Constitution does not give him the authority to pardon in exchange for payments. It does not permit bribery.
For payments, you told me nothing about exchange for payments. You said there's.
Well, I just told you.
Put a bunch of facts together.
Well, that's why you need a special prosecutor. Shouldn't somebody clearly you're not going to do it. Shouldn't somebody be appointed, a truly experienced prosecutor, to take a look at this and conduct the investigation? And then if he reaches the conclusion that you're right, that's fine. But if he finds that there's a problem with what the president did or his family.
So understand this. What Todd Blanche is basically saying to the American people is that the Department of Justice, right, the head attorney, right, the head attorney, he's now the acting head attorney, the acting AG. But what he's saying is that they're not supposed to investigate the president for any crimes whatsoever, that's not their job, and that they won't do it. And he's saying it's preposterous that he would even do it, even investigate it, and it's up to the American people what they believe the Department of Justice job and role is. Are they for example, let's give a real life scenario. Should the Department of Justice under Biden, should they investigate Biden or anyone else in his family if they committed crimes? We're not talking about prosecute. We're talking about know what they're doing if they're engaged in criminal conspiracy, right? Wouldn't the Department of Justice want to know if the president or his family was engaged in criminal conspiracy? Why would they not want to know it, even if they don't prosecute it? How can you aren't you supposed to defend the country against a crime, even if you don't prosecute a person for a crime? Mike, you there? Like, I'm curious about this. Like, where is the line to be drawn? And I think it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, we're going mute.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm missing something here, but it sounds like he's being asked about that. Let me take it back, and then you tell me what you hear. Todd Blanche is full of shit though. But here, you tell me what you hear. I'm gonna play this whole interaction over.
The Constitution does not require him to provide any explanation for who he chooses to pardon or not pardon.
Why haven't you appointed a special prosecutor to take a look at this? This looks, on its face, it just looks like a quid pro quo scenario that should be investigated. Why haven't you taken that step?
Well, the power to pardon in our Constitution is given to the President of the United States. The Constitution does not require him to provide any explanation for who he chooses to pardon or not pardon, or commute or not commute. And so I very much reject the idea that the premise that this looks like something is a basis for me to appoint a special
Let me
prosecutor.
reclaim my time. The Constitution gives him absolute power to pardon. It does not give power to pardon in exchange for payments, clearly. And a $2.1 billion payment to his family. And we'll set aside the fact that he should have divested from all of those interests anyway. But the fact that he gave that he gets the $2 billion piece, and then a few months later pardons the guy who was guilty of money laundering and providing money to, or helping to finance the money laundering operation for ISIS and Al Qaeda and the guys we're fighting in Iran right now, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. That's not a problem?
Who he chooses to pardon is not a problem, period. And you're saying all these things that are just not true.
What's the legal basis for that statement?
What is the legal basis for that statement? Yeah, that statement, who he chooses to pardon is not a problem. Who he's choosing to pardon is not a problem.
Well, I think.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I think this ties back into what was initially inferred earlier in this meeting, right? When he essentially is trying to de-incentivize the DOJ into opening investigations against Trump, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is directly a part of it,
Investigations,
right?
not even, we're not
Exactly.
talking about charging,
Yes.
just knowing what's going on.
There we go, right? And so, again, he's a lawyer and a criminal lawyer at that, so he understands what's being implied, right?
Mm-hmm.
He understands what criminal activity or suspicion of criminal activity looks like. And so what he's doing here is he's redirecting it and reinforcing the fact that the president can pardon whoever. Yes, the president can pardon whoever. But if he pardons him for payment or within as a favor to him for making some sort of indirect or even direct payment to the president, that essentially is illegal, right? And let's circle right back to the fact that we cannot charge a sitting president, right? But you know what it can be
But once he leaves office, he can be.
It can be inferred for impeachment. Even then, it'll be hard because it's within his purview of his presidency, right? Like it would be an unprecedented case to charge any former president, right? And so he probably won't, but in contemporary times, it is cause for impeachment, right?
Yeah, but
it'll be hard to prosecute him even after he's left, right?
Yeah, but you can't,
because he's a standing president, and to like, how can I explain it?
Well,
even a former president.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, that opens the legality for a bunch of things, right? Like they would go after Obama. They would go after almost every former president for any vague thing they've done within their
but then if that's the case, what's the point in having the ability to impeach? What's the point in having the ability to prosecute at all? What's the point?
I think it's because they want to force them to step down immediately, right? And that stops whatever form of crime that they're doing.
It's to keep them. The reason why you have the ability to impeach and to take them out of office with affirming the impeachment in the Senate, right? Isn't that what happens? The reason why you have this power and the reason why you have the ability to prosecute for crimes once he is not the president, for criminal activity only, right? The reason why you have the ability to do that is because they want to make sure they need that power to keep the person who has that much authority. They want to make sure that person is operating within the law. That's the only means they have to make sure the president operates within the law. They don't have any other ability. So what's the point in having it if they don't use it? And I just think it's like American people need to know this. Like, there can be no way that you advocate for a president having unfettered power to not be prosecuted. That makes no sense. You're giving the most powerful person on earth the right to commit any crime they want, no matter how big it is. That cannot make sense. Just because the last president used his pardon power to stop his son from smoking crack or buying a gun while he smoked some crack, I don't know, the day before, just because it was something that small doesn't mean you should say, well, like I was saying, well, Biden used it to stop his son from going to jail for getting that gun when he smoked crack a couple of days before. That was wrong. Yeah, but it doesn't mean you're supposed to allow someone to kill every American citizen, chop their head up, rape everyone, and then just say, oh, well, pardon, I had the power of pardon. It doesn't mean you're supposed to do that either. There have to be limits to what you're doing. And it seems like otherwise, and there has to be constraints. Otherwise, there will be no limit. And I want to thank Trump, though, for being the perfect example of that. Because what goes for him and every argument people make in his favor, they are literally making for the next president of the United States.
They're setting precedents. They're setting precedents when they do these things.
Yes, they are. So if you can do what Trump is doing, Every president is. Oh, I see you, Rafika. Every president is going to do the same, and I'm going to demand it. I'm going to be like, yo, you let Trump get away with all of this. You better get in there and do something, boy. Get at it. You go terrorize some people. Let me see you go to red states and start finding out, which one of these, no, not red states. Start off with the senators and the congressional members of red states. Go find out how many of them have pay people legally, have illegal immigrants working for them. How many of them are evading taxes? Let's weaponize it. Yeah, let's weaponize it fully. Let's weaponize the Department of Justice. Let's pardon everybody that commits a crime for Democrats. Let's do that, yo. Why not do that? Even if they're goddamn sex traffickers and they're fucking criminals, drug traffickers. Let's do it. Anybody associated with Democrats, come on. You better get to it, President. Otherwise, that's going to be the new standard. Otherwise, you're not being a president.
You're right? And I think, Democrats, when they find themselves in power, they're forced to look at something like pardon power. They're forced to look at something like, presidential actions and crimes committed because that's the whole argument, right? You can't charge a sitting president for crimes while in office, right? So essentially it would have to be tied back to him out of office, which is how Trump was able to get the 34 counts.
Todd Blanche, he doesn't even want to investigate a president who doesn't want to leave power and wants to make everyone else his personal slave. Todd Blanche is like, oh, well, I don't know nothing about that. I'm not even going to investigate it. It doesn't even matter. Oh, well, I mean, it's crazy. What if the president, just for some reason, wants to destroy the United States of America because Putin has pictures of him having rape with little boys, numerous ones? What if that's the case? Would Todd Blanche be concerned about that? Nope. Yeah. Nah. Oh, sorry. You were saying something, bro. I'm sorry.
No. I was saying that a sitting president cannot get charged for a lot of the things because essentially they're immune while they're in power, right?
Right.
But that's where the impeachment comes, right? Like, hey, look, you've been doing criminal activity and criminal shit while you've been in office, so we don't want you in office anymore because you're going to continue this criminal activity, and we can have that from the highest office.
Yeah.
And
that's
essentially he's trying to overrule that by saying, hey, he can pardon whoever for whatever reason, and whatever else is implied, even if it looks like it was a payment for a pardon, I don't care, or I don't want to infer that because the president has the power to pardon freely whoever he wants to for whatever reason.
But he doesn't have the. But
let's not open a criminal investigation, right? Let's not open a criminal investigation because that's not what we want, right?
Yeah, even if it looks like it's illegal, because it isn't legal to give pardons out for payments, and so he's totally saying that could never happen. That could never, and I'm not even going to investigate it because that's just totally impossible. Yeah, okay, Todd Blanche. Well, there you have it. Your kids aren't safe around Todd Blanche either, because that's totally impossible too. It's impossible that somebody could traffic your kid, molest your kid. That's impossible. Sex trafficking doesn't happen. Why would anyone like Trump or anyone else engage with Trump, Jeff? Why would they do that? That's stupid to investigate, right? No one would ever do that. Why would a person think to sex traffic little kids and get people on tape? I mean, it's like, what the fuck? These people, man. All right, let's hear a little more, man. But this is everybody, you paying this guy's salary, but even worse, you're paying him to make your life miserable. And so I have to question Americans that aren't demanding this motherfucker be thrown out of office, Trump and everybody associated with him. I have to question, like, who are you? Like, you have a really perverse life, like
the Constitution of our United States.
The Constitution does not give him the authority to pardon in exchange for payments. It does not permit bribery.
For payments, you told me nothing about exchange for payments. You said there's.
Well, I just told you.
Just put a bunch of facts together.
Well, that's why you need a special prosecutor. Shouldn't somebody take? Clearly, it does not permit bribery.
For payments, you told me nothing about exchange for payments. You said there's.
Well, I just told you.
Just put a bunch of facts together.
Well, that's
you told me nothing about exchange for payments. You said there's.
Well, I just told you.
Put a bunch of bribery for payments. You told me nothing about exchange for payments. You said there's.
Well, I just told you.
Put a bunch of facts together.
Well, I just told you. Exactly. Yeah, there it is. You told me nothing. No, actually, the man just told you something. He's like, you told me nothing about that. You not listening, man? What the hell?
That's why you need a special prosecutor. Shouldn't somebody clearly you're not going to do it. Shouldn't somebody be appointed, a truly experienced prosecutor, to take a look at this and conduct the investigation? And then if he reaches the conclusion that you're right, that's fine. But if he finds that there's a problem with what the president did or his family, then he should move forward with prosecuting that case.
Has expired.
I very much disagree.
Mr. Strong.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Ming, for convening this hearing. Acting Attorney General Blanche, thank you for being here with us today. I appreciate you and the department for your work supporting law enforcement and addressing evolving threats across this country. As you know, North Alabama and Redstone Arsenal have become a premier hub for the DOJ and FBI operations supporting critical work in counterterrorism, explosives, and ballistic analysis, emerging UAS threats, and coordination across federal agencies. North Alabama has repeatedly demonstrated it can support the nation's most critical missions with a highly skilled workforce, state-of-the-art facilities, and room for continued growth. The funds this committee approved last month include a planned investment in advanced training and operational support at Redstone Arsenal as part of the department's broader efforts to strengthen the FBI's readiness and capabilities. As Acting Attorney General, how do you plan to ensure that these investments support Redstone Arsenal's continued growth as a center for FBI training and operations?
Look, I think you're absolutely right that the facilities that the FBI and ATF have
Julian, what's up? John, what's up?
Is key to our to protecting our borders and key to everything from our drone anti-drone capabilities that we're working on. And so we're doing things like getting FBI personnel out of DC and down there where they should be working, and same with ATF. And look, there's a very it's an important law enforcement priority of this administration and of me to continue that effort. So I expect that you will see not infrastructure, which we've asked for money on, which we're spending money on, but also getting more of our talented personnel there to continue the mission of the FBI.
Thank you. I also want to echo what my colleagues have said.
So it's so funny because part of this is that they submitted a new budget and they're asking for loads more money. Didn't this administration just fire a bunch of people because they wanted to downsize government, but yet they're downsizing government, but it's becoming more expensive. Like it's so flip-floppy. What are you doing? Are you firing people or are you hiring people? Are you trying to lower the budget, the debt, or are you trying to increase the amount of money American taxpayers? It's like they're all over the fucking place, bro.
This has been the most spending from any president ever, right? And it's only his second year. And so when we consider that, while they tout fraud, waste, and abuse, that is penny on the dollars in comparison to what they spend on arbitrary things, such as these wars, such as supporting, the bombing of other countries, right? The takeover of other countries like Venezuela and Cuba, it goes to show that it is all just rhetoric, right? It has nothing to do with bringing in and saving money, cutting the deficit down. It's not that. It's cutting the deficit down in ways that dismantle our current government structure.
Yeah.
That starves
safety.
Our current
capabilities.
Our safety deteriorate them. Yes.
Yeah.
Right? And they've done it in such a strategic way, right? We give tax cuts to the richest, but you know what? Let's slowly defund Medicaid and Medicare, these social programs. Let's add work requirements, right? Because, what's going to happen is people are going to, while the economy suffers through tariffs, right? Everything has become, negative to our well-being, but framed under the touch of fraud, waste, and abuse, right? And we have yet to see, major figureheads charged with fraud, waste, and abuse, aside from Minnesota, which is the outlier. But we have seen Trump pardon a bunch of individuals who have defrauded taxpayers in the form of individual people and Ponzi schemes. He has pardoned a ton of people, right? A ton of people who have supported him, and I think that's exactly what they're touching on now, right? When they're touching on the pay for pardon, right?
Right.
These individuals, a lot of these individuals who paid for these pardons were brought up on charges of defrauding people, right? Fraud charges. They were brought up on fraud a lot. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's about 20 individuals who were pardoned, who were brought up on fraud charges. And so that's essentially what they're getting at, right? These fraudsters, a good chunk of them supported Trump in the form of campaign money. Right? Or direct payments in terms of dinners, right? They had the dinner that was, $1 million plate. And so if you bought enough plates, chances are you're going to get a pardon, right? You're going to get a pardon to and that's what they're bringing up in terms of, inferring or just blatantly pointing out that the pay for pardon, right? And again, if you could Google even the presidents who have been impeached, right? Bill Clinton, Andrew Johnson, and Donald Trump, right? Yes. He has been formally impeached, right? Whether that lets him stepping down or not is something different, right?
Right.
And so what they're trying to avoid is, impeachment proceedings this early on into his presidency, and a criminal investigation that would force him to step down, where they would have an overwhelming majority when it comes to the impeachment votes. Right?
It's kind of like this is really sad because, and it seems like, number one, if you remove Trump, if he steps down, JD Vance is the vice president. So, and he's basically a pawn for Peter Thiel and Musk. So it would become, Trump is a pawn for them, but not is controllable. JD Vance is totally controllable. Trump is self-interest, total corruption, his family, and getting them paid and hiding any criminal charges of his past. He's totally dedicated to that main job. But, Vance wouldn't have that job. So, Vance, he's not going to go after Trump either. He's going to, or who knows? But to me, it looks like they're afraid of Vance because Vance would embolden Peter Thiel and Musk. And it seems like Trump.
There you go.
Yeah. So it seems like they don't want to remove Trump. And it even, like essentially, and that maybe they're leaning towards Marco Rubio, right? For things to fall in his hands somehow. I don't know why that is, but it just seems like that. But I don't know. But I think it's really sad because everybody knows that when you hear people like this, when you hear the right wing saying, coming out of the woodworks and telling people that they're totally shocked by Trump, right? They didn't have any idea what Trump was up to. And that basically they're left feeling like Trump owes them something, right? An explanation for their failure. Let me see. Where is this at? Let me see if I can find this. Right. Here we go. This is what the right wing is saying about Trump right now. When you have this going on, that it's total failure happening, right? So even from the right, even the right is concerned.
I got fucking duped.
Nobody knows anything about anything. It's one of the themes of the year. The thing is, like, the Trump thing is so disappointing because he did seem like he was going to be different. He was independently wealthy, so there was some reason to believe he wasn't going to need their money or be swayed by it. He's such a fighter and a middle finger. He's a walking middle finger.
I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore. I don't even trust my own intuition when it comes to politics because I thought things were going to be so different, and I got fucking duped.
Nobody knows anything about anything. It's one of the themes of the year. The thing is, like, the Trump thing is so disappointing because he did seem like he was going to be different. You know, he was independently wealthy, so there was some reason to believe he wasn't going to need their money or be swayed by it. He's
so even when you have the right wing at this point, you know, it's obvious the great majority of Americans, 2/3 of Americans definitely are finished with Trump. But the question is, what do you do with him? Right? And you know that there's a conspiracy because at every step there's someone blocking justice, right? The Epstein files have not been released, and at every step there is someone being appointed that is trying to stop the Epstein files from being released because they don't want people knowing exactly what Trump was doing with Epstein, right? So they don't want that. They don't want anyone else prosecuted who was assaulting these young girls and these young boys, these minors. They don't want that to come out. They don't want to know any other interactions that any of these people had, regarding government. They don't want you to know who else in government is involved in this sex trafficking, right? Who's being blackmailed. They don't want people to know that. So it's becoming pretty obvious that it's criminality that's being hidden, right, with this administration. They're dedicated, and Todd Blanche seems totally dedicated to blocking the Epstein files because it leads to probably the biggest criminal conspiracy in the country's history, right? So now that we know that, the question is, J.D. Vance is the president, and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel definitely were doing something with Epstein, right? More people were definitely, so they're trying to figure out how this ends before they do more, right? But what's totally sad is that the American people have to sit here because we allow for corruption in our government. We allow for it. We don't elect officials that pass laws to restrict corruption. We don't punish people who are engaged in the highest forms of corruption. And so therefore, we don't really have rights ourselves anymore because of that. You see what I mean? So we don't demand our freedom of speech, right? We don't demand that our elections work properly. None of that. The person at the top right now is allowed to do anything they want. They're allowed to stop your vote or try to, and it's going to take months to litigate. So the elections can easily be fucked over just by hindering them. And it's going to happen. So, by the way, speaking of elections, for the people who are not registered to vote, and even the people that are registered, right, to vote, you need to check your registration and make sure that it still works and that it still applies. Let me see. You can go to vote.gov to register to vote. And all you got to do is put your city and your state in here, right? You choose whatever state. Let's say let's go down to, let's say California. Boom, right? You choose your state. It goes over, and now you can register or update your registration online. So you can do that online as long as you have a proper ID, right? Or whatever the state. Each state asks for their own specific things. So, go by the rules in your own state and check into that. But in any case, register to vote, because hindering the vote should not mean, knowing that Trump is attempting to hinder it, and he is attempting to hinder it. We're going to segue over, if you don't mind, Michael, into this ballot.
Please.
Into this ballot thing. But hindering the vote is definitely what Trump is looking for. Let me see here. Can I get this up? Yeah, and it's going to happen. But one way you can still play a role is by making sure everyone you know is registered to vote. And everyone you know has checked their voter status to make sure that maybe they moved. And if you move, right, you just need to know this. If you moved, then you could be taken off of this registration list, right? So it's not guaranteed that you are registered to vote if you moved.
I don't know.
So yeah, did I pause that? Good. So make sure, right? Make sure you are registered to vote. Now, in line with that, let's go over to how Trump is screwing over or attempting to screw over the voting process right now. I mean, it all adds up to him being afraid, of what's happening. Trump is basically losing control. He's really, really scared, and he's basically going to do anything at this point to try to stop from his powers being restricted and trying to protect anyone else that is a part of something illegitimate behind the scenes. So let's just peep what is going on.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have a major escalation here by the Trump administration. Can you speak about a secret move that's being carried out by the administration along with the Postal Service to try and attack mail-in voting?
Brian, you're absolutely right. This is a 5-alarm fire, and it is something that this administration has both been bragging that it is doing, but now when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of it, they're trying to do it in the dark of night. The Postal Service has put forward a regulation that's not even been published in the Federal Register yet. Okay, that's how secretive this process has been. And this is after they've been meeting with the Trump administration to implement Donald Trump's attack on mail-in voting. This proposed regulation, which Democracy Docket got its hands on and put out in the public domain, says that the Postal Service is going to accept lists of names from the states as to who is eligible to get a mail-in ballot. That's right. If you live in a Republican state, they're going to submit a list of names to the Postal Service and tell the Postal Service whether or not you're, I guess, on the naughty list or the nice list, right? Whether you're
So how this is going to play out essentially is that Democratic states, because elections are controlled by the states, right? So they're going to be doing things to make sure the Postal Service, or I hope they do, to make sure the Postal Service doesn't enact some policy where they can, do this kind of frivolous shit with the voting ballots. But check this out. Check out the rest.
To get a ballot or not, and cast it by mail. And then the Postal Service is going to put a tracking code, a barcode associated just with you as an individual. And they're going to give that information back to the states. Well, we can see already, Brian, where this is headed. This is all trying to implement Donald Trump's illegal, unconstitutional executive order from earlier this year, where he wants to control who gets mail-in ballots, who can cast them, and who can't. And if you think this ends with mail-in ballots, if you think that this state list or where the federal government is going to be vetting these lists or even providing them to the states, right? Because remember, they've been trying to collect the voter files from all 50 states, and there's a reason, because they want to create a national database that they then give to the states and say, hey, these are the people who are allowed to get these mail-in ballots. If you think it ends with just mail-in voting, you're wrong. Once there is a list, a Trump-approved, a Republican governor-approved list of who gets to vote and who doesn't, you can be sure that the next step will be to migrate this to the local polling place. And people not only won't be able to get a mail-in ballot, they won't just be able to not cast a mail-in ballot, but they won't be able to vote in person unless they are on the list that Donald Trump and his Republican cronies are assembling. And everything I just described, you can read about it on Democracy Docket. You can see it. Brian and I have talked about this in past episodes. And this is what is coming. This is the fight for democracy that we have been warning you is coming down the road.
Now, here, it says, I saw somebody in the chat said voting by mail-in voting is illegal. Man, what are you talking about? That is ridiculous. I mean, you shouldn't spread disinformation. And on top of it, if you're an American citizen, you should be aware of your own laws. OK, mail-in voting is 100% legal in the United States of America. OK, every single state allows some form of voting by mail. In fact, mail-in voting, historically known as absentee voting, has been a legal and standard part of the American democracy since the Civil War. Are you saying they've all been cheating since the Civil War, man? Don't you understand that's there to help disenfranchise voters, farmers, people that live in rural America who have to travel longer distances to even get to a voting station. Don't you realize that it's there for elderly people or people that are sick or people that just live long distances? Who, if you have to wait in a voting line for an hour, who wants to make someone drive for an hour? Don't you think that's a little unnecessary? Like, don't you pay enough taxes already? Shouldn't the government make your life easier? Isn't that the role of government and taxes? Or should it be about making everything harder for you and making it easier for some other people? Okay. It doesn't affect me though, because the place I vote is 2 blocks away from me. So I'll be voting anyway. But in any case, in fact, mail-in voting historically is known as absentee voting. Now, it's been a part of it's been enacted since the Civil War. Okay, when it was created to allow soldiers on the battlefield to cast their ballots. Okay, however, because the U.S. Constitution gives individual states the power to run their own elections, that's the U.S. Constitution. Okay, and how you vote is part of running it. So the states decide how you vote. The rules and restrictions of how you vote by mail vary dramatically depending on where you live. Still not a mention of it being illegal because it's actually 100% legal. The states broadly divide into 3 main categories: universal mail-in voting, states all mail elections, right? So here we go. In several states, election laws dictate that the ballot is automatically mailed to every single registered voter before an election. You don't even have to ask for it in some states. You will fill it out at home and either mail it back or drop it in a secure drop box. These states include Oregon. So just so the person who knows, who's saying that it's illegal, understands who they're harming directly. Oregon voters of all types. Okay, when they make that statement, that's even a different statement from what Mark Elias is saying. He's saying something different. I don't think you even listened to what he was saying that you should probably be concerned about too. But if you just go by what the person in the chat says, saying it's illegal, that means they don't want these people in these states to be able to vote. Oregon, the pioneer, which went all mail in 2000, right? Washington State. Okay, you guys. Colorado. Hey, you guys are about to be, somebody doesn't want you to be able to have mail-in voting, right? Utah, California, Nevada, Hawaii, and Vermont. Sounds like left and right. Okay. Somebody doesn't want a lot of people, elderly people voting, sick people voting, or people that live in rural parts of their state. They want them to just get up and spend a little extra more time than other people to cast their ballot, to exercise their civil right. No excuse, mail-in voting states. In these states, any registered voter can legally choose to vote by mail, but you have to fill out a form to request that ballot be sent to you. You do not need to provide a reason or an excuse for why you want to vote from home. Majority of U.S. states fall into this category, such as Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Excuse required mail-in states. In a handful of states, mail-in voting is more tightly restricted. To legally receive a mail-in ballot, you must sign an affidavit providing a specific legal recognized excuse. Acceptable excuses include being physically absent from your county on the day of election. Not even your state, just your county. That's legal. That's acceptable excuse. Having an illness or physical disability. That's an acceptable excuse, right? Working an escapable shift during voting hours. How many American citizens work on voting day and can't afford to take off work or have no rights to compensation if they don't attend work, or have a boss that doesn't care about any of that and doesn't even have to worry about that because that's not what your boss is paid for, caring about you having the right to vote. It's either you work or you show up, you do what I tell you, or fuck you. It's a lot of people that work like that in America. What about those people? What about the people that have to pick up their kids after work too and voting is on a work day? What do you do with those people? Do you care at all? Do you have empathy, or are you just a mean-hearted, spirited person and anti-American? Maybe you just want lower voter turnout. I don't know. Working on an escapable shift during, States in this category include Texas, Mississippi, Alabama, and South Carolina. Yeah. I have empathy for all these people, regardless of whether they're Republican or Democrat or independent or otherwise. Okay. Why is it politically controversial if it's legal? While completely legal, mail-in voting has become a major political battleground. The debate critics argue that mail-in voting increases the risk of administration errors or fraud through numerous comprehensive nonpartisan studies have shown that voter fraud via mail-in ballots is incredibly rare. So you see, there it is. Now, just so you know, but Mark Elias from Democracy Docket, he's saying something different. So let's listen up again. He's not saying something contrary to this, but he was talking about something else that their fear, that they believe is going to happen. So let's listen and then disagree after you listen.
Mail-in ballot, they won't just be able to not cast a mail-in ballot, but they won't be able to vote in person unless they are on the list that Donald Trump and his Republican cronies are assembling. And everything I just described, you can read about it on Democracy Docket. You can see it. Brian and I have talked about this in past episodes.
Let me bring that back.
People not only won't be...
Here we go again.
People who are allowed to get these mail-in ballots. If you think it ends with just mail-in voting, you're wrong. Once there is a list, a Trump-approved, a Republican governor-approved list of who gets to vote and who doesn't, you can be sure that the next step will be to migrate this to the local polling place. And people not only won't be able to get a mail-in ballot, they won't just be able to not cast a mail-in ballot, but they won't be able to vote in person unless they are on the list that Donald Trump and his Republican cronies are assembling. And everything I just described, you can read about it on Democracy Docket. You can see it. Brian and I have talked about this in past episodes. And this is what is coming. This is the fight for democracy that we have been warning you is coming down the road. This is how they're going to attack free and fair elections. This is why Brian and I months ago did videos about the collection of these voter files. And even as DOJ loses case after case after case, they've lost almost a dozen of them already. They are finding other ways to create these lists. So, Brian, this is a five-alarm fire that Republicans are trying to keep from the public paying attention to.
And by the way, to reiterate what Mark said, if you are looking to follow along with all of this stuff, as soon as we have any updates, I'm going to put a link to Democracy Docket right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. That is where you will find this information first. That's the resource I use before any other resource to find out about any updates as it relates to elections or voting rights. So I'm going to put the link to Democracy Docket right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. Mark, what remedy is there for people who get swept up into this thing where all of a sudden their right to cast ballots, their right to be able to use mail-in voting is imperiled by this administration?
Right. This is the problem, right? I mean, this is the catch-22 that the Trump administration is trying to get everyone into, which is on the one hand, they want to collect all the lists and create a list of who gets to vote and who doesn't. Then, though, if you're not on the list, then what are you supposed to do, right? Because they've collected their cockamamie list that is going to be riddled with errors, probably in many instances both racially targeted and partisan targeted.
Yeah.
But then, what is the safety valve for the person who gets screwed by this? Well, I mean, for some number of them, look, they may challenge it and go to court. But what, every voter is going to go to court? Some of them are just going to say, I guess I'm not on the list, I guess I can't vote. I guess I'm not on the list, I can't vote by mail. I guess I'm on the list, I don't want any trouble. I don't want to put myself in harm's way before an administration that has proven itself very vindictive. So look, I'm already suing over this, not over the postal regulation, but over the executive order.
Yeah.
And if this postal regulation becomes a regulation as opposed to where it is right now, which is kind of in this pre-regulatory phase, I can promise them they'll get sued again. So we're going to try to litigate this out in advance as best we can, and hopefully we'll prevail. We've so far been kicking their ass on the voter file list cases where they're trying to collect all these state voter file lists. But I
see somebody in the chat ask, "How is voter ID racist?" I don't think. Do you understand English? Because they're not talking about voter ID. Can people in the chat educate this person of what they're talking about? Because I don't think they understand, or at least they don't understand the type of English that is happening here. So this is not about voter ID, my friend. There's other programs about that go into depth and share. There's already loads of states that have their own form of voter ID. There's nobody's mentioned voter ID. I think I don't understand it. Do you know what they're talking about? Oh, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just saying, I'm just informing you. It's not about voter ID. Try to listen to what they're saying. Don't ask me to inform you. Listen. You're being informed. They're telling you. Listen to the man's words. That's all you got to do, man. Come on now. Also, by the way, here, you just came in. Let me show you this too. By the way, maybe you didn't see this. Here, if you want to register to vote, and you should want to register to vote, and if you're registered, you should also check your registration, right? You can go to vote.gov and check your registration. You can go to vote.gov and register. All you got to do is go to vote.gov and you will come to this page, register, right? Now, you go down here and you choose the state that you're in, whatever state you live in, where your actual address is legally. Go to that state, right? Click on that state. Let's say you're in Idaho, right? Now, you go to another page. If you click a state, and it tells you check your registration or update. So you can register or you can update your registration online. And do you know what your updating is about? Your updating is about maybe you moved, just to inform people that don't know. Maybe you voted last election and maybe you moved since then. Not updating your address can stop you from voting, and they won't tell you in advance. Some states will stop you, others won't. Some counties will stop you, other counties won't. Some people will get stopped for changing their address, other people won't get stopped at all for changing their address. So it's up to you whether you're concerned. If you think you're one of the people that will be stopped for not changing their address, even though they're an American citizen, okay? And I'm talking about same address in the same county, you just moved, okay? And so you need to check on that, right? And if you didn't vote in the last election, and you think that you're still registered, don't make that mistake. Check your registration. That's why it's called check. That's why they use the word check. Okay? So just to make that clear to people, all you got to do is go to vote.gov and you can handle that. That will get taken care of. So for folks that want to know, I saw somebody in the chat actually went there and registered. So big up to you, the folks that registered here live. Oh, nice. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Michael, what's up? Mm-hmm.
No, to address, how is voter ID racist?
Yeah.
Its fundamental rule is rooted in racism due to needing a voter ID that you had to pay for. So it's called a voter tax, and that's why it's illegal, right? They use this to stop Black individuals after they gain the right to be able to legally vote in terms of Jim Crow laws, right? And so that allowed for them to be de-incentivized, especially when facing poverty status, to have to be forced now to pay additional money in order to get the right to vote. That's why it's a right, right? It's a right because of that. And so you disenfranchise the people who can't, the poor now. Before, the poor were almost exclusively Black. Now the poor come in many different forms. So it's not as racially driven as it once was. It still will disproportionately affect Black individuals as a whole, but more so poor individuals, right? And so when we think about that, a voter tax is fine. Not a voter tax is not fine. When we want a voter ID, we want to make sure that it's advocated under the banner of a free voter ID, where the government pays for that, not the citizen.
Exactly,
because that's a tax on the voter. For one, that's a tax on the voter, and that's illegal fundamentally.
Exactly, and it should be, if you're going to do it, you should demand it in a non-voting year. You should try to find it where it doesn't interfere with people's ability to vote. That's all. Look, you could pass pass any voting law you want. You could pass a voting law that says you have to wear red shoes to be able to vote. Great, pass that one. But don't do it.
Provide the shoes, and not during an election year. That will impact the current election.
Exactly. Provide the red shoes for everybody, since they already paid their taxes. Right, we don't want taxation without representation. So, and also don't make them have to go out and buy shoes a few days or a week before the election when they already are busy with their schedules trying to pay rent in a country that doesn't really support union jobs. You see what I mean? In a country where it's normal to work 2 and 3 jobs to pay your rent. In a country where people advocate to dismantle and take away child care. You know, it's just, do it like other Western countries. Don't be ass. Make it normal westernized civilization, and not some other crazy ass shit. You know what I mean? That just does anything it wants any old time, where the citizens don't have any sense of stability whatsoever in anything they do, but they're just being begged for their tax dollars every fucking day. I mean, it's like Americans pay so much taxes and they get almost nothing out of it. I mean, it's almost, you know how we used to make fun of spear chuckers and people that live in the jungle? The USA, but they try to make it seem like you don't have any society and you're just jumping around swinging on trees. That's the United States of America. It's nothing like any other Western country. It is like a fucking jungle. I mean, excuse me to people that, might live in a beautiful place where it is, you recognize all the activities in the jungle. But outside of that, in a derogatory way, the U.S. is fucking chaos, bro. The U.S. is chaos with this shit. Next thing you know, they want you to have on, to bring a basket of shrimp with you when you vote. New law, voting. Okay, we do that. Next thing you know, they don't want you wearing any political T-shirts. You can't have any political T-shirt when you go to vote. It's like, why don't they pass a law saying you can't bring your gun when it's time to vote? What happened to that law? Would you support it? That should be the next poll and shit, Anyway,
suing over this, not over the postal regulation, but over the executive order.
Yeah.
And if this postal regulation becomes a regulation as opposed to where it is right now, which is kind of in this pre-regulatory phase, I can promise them they'll get sued again. So we're going to try to litigate this out in advance as best we can, and and hopefully we'll prevail. We've so far been kicking their ass on the voter file list cases where they're trying to collect all these state voter file lists. But I purposely in my initial answer flagged a group that I'm particularly worried about. And Brian, those are Democrats living in red states. Right? It's one thing to say, I'm going to protect you from the Postal Service. As a lawyer, I'm going to litigate against Donald Trump for his executive order. But we've seen how little these Republican governors and election officials think about black voters in their states, Democrats in their states. I mean, look at the glee and the joy, the celebratory spectacles we've watched in these Republican-controlled legislatures as they have broken apart black voting power, as they have trampled upon the rights of black voters to be able to exercise political power in the South. We think that these governors now, when they submit these lists and they exclude some number of black voters, we think they're going to set up due process. We think that these are the people who are going to be open to being told that they were wrong. So at one level, I'm very worried about what the Trump administration is doing in the executive orders. And like I said, we're suing there. I'm very focused on what the Postal Service is doing, and shame on them. Shame on them. The U.S. Postal Service is set up by act of Congress. It doesn't answer to the President of the United States. They are answering to the President of the United States because they're cowards, not because they have to. Okay, Postal Service, they make money off of stamps. They charge for their services. They are not accountable in the way in which most people think of executive branch agencies. They should be resisting this. But that just gets through those two layers. Brian, what do we have when a Republican governor that is already using a Supreme Court case, the Clay case, as a pretext to trample the rights of their citizens? What do we do when they use this as a pretext to create these lists and disenfranchise black voters, voters of color, young voters, Democrats, right? Just Democratic voters. So look, we're all going to fight like hell. We're going to fight in court. Brian, you and I are going to keep shining our spotlight on this. And I need everyone to subscribe to this channel because, what you're learning here, it's verifiable. Like now that you can go Google it and see it's true. But I bet you didn't hear about this in the legacy media. You didn't see this on the CBS Nightly News. You didn't see the new 60 Minutes covering this, right? You're learning about this because Brian and I are staying on top of.
You know, somebody said that if you have a state ID already, then it's no problem. No, you do you even live in the United States of America, man? I don't live in the United States, but I know the realities of the people because I'm an American. State ID doesn't always say if you're a citizen, man. Come on.
There you go, and that's the reason why a lot of
wrong with these people,
and
bro?
Republicans are against using state IDs, in particular for ballots, right?
Exactly. Republicans want it both ways. They don't want to represent the citizens. The tax money that the citizens pay, the Republicans shit and stomp over it every day and just say, "Give me some more. Give me some more money now. Now you need another ID." Listen, all you needed to do was stop thinking you're more important than someone else. Okay? No one, if you want to do something right, do it in a comprehensive way. Don't do it in a rush way that forces everyone to go out of their own way when their life is already hard and they're already paying taxes. So their vote is supposed to be guaranteed that right, regardless of what you tell them. It shouldn't actually, you should just remove all the fucking requirements, period. Okay, let the government find out. They should be the ones proving you ain't a citizen. What the fuck is this? You know what I mean? What the fuck? You know, they know how many citizens are that are in the United States of America because when you born there, boom, there it is. Like, what the hell? They know your name already. This is bullshit. All they're trying to do is hinder people from voting. They're trying to hinder citizens from voting. So citizens already have state ID and pay for it. They already paid their state for the ID, and now they're being told they have to buy a new ID. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. It's just bullshit, you know?
But if they truly are genuine, they would have that
pay for it.
free. They would provide, exactly.
Federal government.
I'm seeing this lately, but someone was interested in hopping up. I don't know if they're still in the chat now, but someone was interested in hopping up.
Yeah, they should hop up. Why don't you hop up in the chat? Let me put the panel down.
The panel?
Yeah, because this is the last topic. You know, because time is going on. Let me see. It's 12:52. So look, here's the thing. If you really want to discuss it, you need some facts. You can be educated. Hop on up. Okay? Hop on up and join the panel. And you can ask any question because apparently you don't know what's going on. So it's kind of tiresome waiting for you to bring up point one step in a comment. Here's one point, and then people explain how that's incorrect. Then here's another point. Then people sit there and explain how that one point is. It's just like, come up and have the conversation. You don't know how that voting works. So just here it is. I don't know what that means. You physical ID is protected. There's unlimited amount of case law on this. It's not up for debate. What are you talking about? Here, this person wants to control the goddamn dynamic. So here we are, and we're going to end here. And instead of them hopping up, you see guys in the chat, people listening, they don't want to hop up. They want to stifle conversation this way and just be in the chat making comments that really are not verified. Now, so let's go here. Let's go here. Very simple, you know. Does state ID that American citizens pay for tell which citizenship they have, or does it not show which nation you are a citizen of? Keep in mind, if you're not a citizen, you can't even vote. That's already the law. You can't vote in federal elections. So, state ID. Here's how it works for people that don't know. And it's okay to not know something, but you're an asshole when you don't admit it. Okay? Just that's simple. No. Standard state issued IDs and driver's licenses do not display your citizenship, nor do they prove what nation you are from. And these are the IDs people have already been forced to pay for out of their hard sweat and tears. That is more important than any government fucking official. You know, it's just that simple. It's just that simple. The people who are the citizens, that's who the government officials work for. You're not supposed to be making their fucking life harder. Okay? And you're not supposed to be turning their life into more fucking chaos. You know, it's really simple. You know, people who paid their state already, the states doesn't put on the citizenship. It doesn't put it on the state ID. So now the federal government is telling them, we want you to prove you're a citizen. Well, why didn't you already tell the states that they need to show who's a citizen on their IDs? Why didn't you do that? Why do you expect that to be implemented so fast? And if you want it to be immediate, why don't you pay for it? Because the citizen already just paid. Don't you know how often they have to update state ID anyway? It's ridiculous. Everyone in America knows your state ID doesn't show your citizenship. There it is. You're asking. Listen, this person is asking for people to get a new form of fucking ID just in an election year, just weeks, in some places weeks before the election.
You can also look up how many instances of voter fraud in the past 40 years.
Yeah, there's barely none. Look, it says, while you might have to prove your legal presence or citizenship to the Department of Motor Vehicles, DMV, to get an ID, the physical card itself does not print that information on the front or back. Very simple. Here's the breakdown. Okay. So, you know, what you're really asking for is a whole new version of ID, and you're asking people to pay for it themselves. That's called a poll tax. Okay. Now, let me see here. Whether you have standard ID or real ID, the ones with the star on the upper corner with the card does not prove or display U.S. citizenship. It doesn't. And many other countries, their regular ID, like my driver's license, it shows what country I'm from, by the way. Even though I live in Denmark, I believe that's what it is. Let me double check that, but I believe that's what it is. And yeah, but let me see here. Why? And on top of that, it's just ridiculous. In any case, real ID. Let me see. Let me go to the next question. How many cases of you said election fraud, voter ID fraud, or what?
Election fraud. Because that's what's implied when you want a voter ID. It's implying that mass fraud is being committed, right? Voter fraud.
USA, yeah. So let me see. We got 2 presidential elections and 2 more years. So I said 10 years. Let's see what it says. This is because it's difficult to know the cases in the United States over the last 10 years because election fraud is an umbrella term covering different types of offenses, ranging from individual mistakenly voting twice to organized ballot harvesting schemes. And there's no single federal repository that tracks every local misdemeanor, state level conviction, or overturn. So in other words, they don't even know. They don't even have evidence.
There's an institute that tracks it, and if I'm not mistaken, there is an institute that tracked it, and it's sucked it up to about 30 instances in the past 40 years.
Okay, let me see.
We have how many people in America?
Here it is. Check this out. Hold on. The database acts running historically. Let me see here.
If I'm not mistaken, it's the Cato Institute, or there's another independent institution that has tracked this.
Let me see here. What? Institution. Let's say voter ID fraud, right? Or let's see, have tracked, because the real issue is non-citizens voting. What percentage of non-citizens voting in federal elections have been tracked? Right? Because the citizens guaranteed the right to vote, so to representation, right? In the presidential elections, right? Federal elections.
The Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation is what I was alluding to.
Oh, well, they said they did some. They have their own report, right? what percentage of non-citizens who successfully vote in U.S. federal elections is statistically close to zero. Okay, so and the actual tracked proven cases represent a microscopic fraction of a percent of all votes cast. Right, so it's under zero, bro. It's close to 0%. Okay,
and that's why I said like there was about 30 to 40 people within the past 40 years, because that's essentially zero, right? When you put it in the framework of how many people vote, that's where they're getting that virtually zero.
Right. And it says, because federal law strictly prohibits non-citizens from voting in federal elections, a felony punishable by fines, prison time, and deportation. So if you're not a citizen, you can actually be deported. Just so you know how harsh the penalties are. So that's why it's close to zero, because the punishments are harsh for it. Now, why? Again, the only people that want to focus on this are people that want to cast this idea that illegal immigrants are voting in federal elections, are people that just don't believe in democracy and are afraid the vote won't go their way. You see, people that are winning, they rarely make these cases. People that believe they're winning by big margins rarely make cases like this. It says the data from the audits, court records, investigative databases reveal exactly what has been tracked. Right. So this is government. The government already knows it's close to zero. Look, state level audits investigates when state governments conduct comprehensive audits or their entire voter rolls to look for non-citizens, because they consistently find that the percentage of non-citizens who actually manage to cast a ballot is incredibly small. Georgia 2022 elections. Georgia Secretary of State conducted a massive first of its kind audit of the state's entire voting rolls, cross-referencing them with the federal immigration database. Out of millions of registered voters, they found that 1,634 non-citizens had attempted to register. We're talking about registering. We're not talking about voting. Registering is not voting. In case some people don't know that, though. So that's why I'm saying that.
Which means they got caught before that vote could be cast.
That means they got caught before any vote could be cast, right? They got caught trying to register. Okay. They found that, yeah, exactly. Attempted to register to vote over a 25-year period even. So that's 1,634 people over a 20-year period. So divide 1,600 by 20. What's that? 100 a year or something? No, that's like 150 a year, right? 25 years even, right? So how election officials and transit systems block them. Right? How do they block them? 0 of them were actually allowed to cast a ballot. So out of that 1,634 non-citizens that tried to register to vote and were caught, 0 of them were able to cast a vote for any candidate whatsoever. They were prohibited by the checks and balances already in the system. So to stop these people that didn't even vote, you didn't need any voter ID to do that, because they have other ways of qualifying who's actually able to vote. Don't you know they have a lot of information about you anyway? The Board of Elections. It's like,
well, remember when you get your state ID, you can also register to vote there, because you're providing documents such as your birth certificate, such as your past IDs, right? Like you're providing the information there that would prove that you're a citizen. Your passport. You need other forms of ID in order to get a state ID.
Right. Exactly.
It's a point system.
There's triple checks. You're being checked at every stage anyway. By different groups for different reasons. So it's just kind of ridiculous, man. But here's the case. Look, North Carolina 2016 audit. There's audit because these are state audits. The federal government's not even involved. The state is running the elections, and the state is doing the auditing because they want to. And it could change who's in power. So when the Democrats are in power in the state, they do audits because they want to know if any Republicans are doing it illegal. When the Republicans are in charge, they doing audits on the state level because they want to know if any Democrats are cheating. So all of this is going on before the president even mentioned about any ID. The states are already more concerned than the president, because the president is not really concerned about it. He just wants a distraction for why, because he's unpopular. So here, and he is unpopular because right-wing pundits, right-wing talking heads all over the internet, people that were praising him before this new presidency, now are turning against him publicly. So he's not popular. So 2016, following the 2016 presidential election, North Carolina audited 4.8 million votes cast. They discovered that 41 non-citizens have voted. As a percentage of total vote in that state, that is 0.00085%. The audits concluded that these individuals did not alter the outcome of any election, and mostly did so out of confusion regarding their eligibility rather than malicious intent. There's more, though. There's more examples of, this person thinks that voter ID is some big deal, not even knowing that, sorry, you can at least pay for it because people already paid. In a lot of cases where they're being asked to get where Trump is suggesting people should get new voter ID, they just got finished paying for new IDs because just before that, the federal government mandated new IDs anyway for another reason. Had nothing to do with goddamn voting. It had something to do with fraud, right? And people being able to make fake IDs. Period. Not for voting, for many different reasons. So they had to upgrade the security level on the types of IDs that were giving. But that had nothing to do with elections. But now, just 2 years after, people were being told to pay $50 more for a new ID. Come on, people don't have $50 fucking dollars, man. In a country where many people are struggling with 3 jobs just to keep a roof over their head. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. In a country where people are paying loads of fucking taxes, and the government is not even trying to help them with elder care, with child care. The government is cutting back health care constantly. Barely any union jobs. The government doesn't even support unions. States are not even supporting fucking unions. I mean, it's ridiculous. You want to make it more difficult? Fucking inflation up every goddamn where, and you telling them to go out and buy a new ID? Have you no shame? Like, you can't be an American citizen thinking this, wanting this. Unless you're just rich and you don't care about anybody else. You don't recognize how many middle class and poor people there are that have children and other responsibilities. It's crazy, man. Even young people that don't have jobs, man. Ohio 2024 audit. Ohio's Secretary of State ordered a review of the state's voter rolls and identified 137 non-citizens who were registered to vote out of roughly 8 million. So that's 137 out of 8 million total registered voters. Out of those, only a handful had actually cast ballots in past elections. And that's over what? And that was in the 22. So that was in 24. I'm sorry. Now, Heritage Foundation database. Heritage Foundation, which tracks all proven cases of election fraud resulting in a criminal conviction or official civil penalty, listed non-citizens voting as a specific category. Out of roughly 150 proven election fraud cases spanning several decades, that's over 10 years, that's over 20, several decades is what? Three decades? 30 years? Only 1,530 fucking years. And how many million people in the country? It's 350 million fucking people in the United States that are citizens, right? How many are citizens? It's 350 million Americans, right? In any case, right. So over decades, 1,500 proven election fraud cases spanning several decades in their database show fewer than 100 cases nationwide involving non-citizens registering to vote or voting. 1,530 fucking years out of 350 million American citizens. It doesn't take a genius to know the conversation about voting ID or even illegals voting is 100% bullshit. You know, and if you're an American citizen, you either are a lying motherfucker purposely or you are dumb and don't even know your own country. Like, so enough time wasted on that shit, bro. Let's hear the rest of Elias's cases here. Let's see here. Let's go back now, because I don't like to do that. People don't want to hop up. They want to bullshit, like pretend like they object to something. Look, motherfucker, you don't really care about this topic. You, that idiot in the chat, you don't really care. Okay.
But that just gets through those two layers. Brian, what do we have when a Republican governor that is already using a Supreme Court case, the Clay case, as a pretext to trample the rights of their citizens? What do we do when they use this as a pretext to create these lists and disenfranchise black voters, voters of color, young voters, Democrats, right? Just Democratic voters. So look, we're all going to fight like hell. We're going to fight in court. Brian, you and I are going to keep shining our spotlight on this. And I need everyone to subscribe to this channel, because, you know, what you're learning here, it's verifiable. Like, you, now that you can go Google it and see it's true. But I bet you didn't hear about this in the legacy media. You didn't see this on the CBS Nightly News. You didn't see the new 60 Minutes covering this, right? You're learning about this because Brian and I are staying on top of the things that are really at importance.
So again, we're not talking about voter ID. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this in the chat. Here's the case again, in case people started talking about voter ID and missed what the breaking news is.
The Postal Service is going to accept lists of names from the states as to who is eligible to get a mail-in ballot. That's right. If you live in a Republican state, they're going to submit a list of names to the Postal Service and tell the Postal Service whether or not you're, I guess, on the naughty list or the nice list, right? Whether you're eligible to get a ballot or not, and cast it by mail. And then the Postal Service is going to put a tracking code, a barcode associated just with you as an individual. And they're going to give that information back to the states. Well, we can see already, Brian, where this is headed. This is all trying to implement Donald Trump's illegal...
Again, stop talking about voting ID and state ID. Stop talking about it in the chat. We're talking about mail-in ballots at the Postal Service. Start talking about that. Whoever made this idea that it only costs $15, no. On average, a standard state ID costs between $10 and $30, but a few states offer them completely free while others charge up to $50. Be concerned about more than yourself. You can't be thinking about America and only be thinking about yourself. The only time you can really be a patriot or really care about your country is when you're thinking about everybody and caring. Okay? Stop minimizing hardship.
Unconstitutional executive order, a 5-alarm fire, and it is something that this administration has both been bragging that it is doing, but now when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of it, they're trying to do it in the dark of night. The Postal Service has put forward a regulation that's not even been published in the Federal Register yet. Okay, that's how secretive this process has been. And this is after they've been meeting with the Trump administration to implement Donald Trump's attack on mail-in voting. This proposed regulation, which Democracy Docket got its hands on and put out in the public domain, says that the Postal Service is going to accept lists of names.
Now, listen, y'all. I just blocked that person from the chat for spreading lies. Okay? The person kept saying over and over, no, listen, people, it costs $15 in every state. No. Listen, people, it does not. And voting is a very serious thing. And if you're trying to lie to American citizens about voting, you're a fucking bastard. Like, seriously, you should leave the country. Okay? This is the reality. On average, a standard ID costs between $10 and $30 on average. On average means across the country, 50% is between 10 and the other 50% is closer to 30. On average, between 10 and 30, something like that. But
and an ID does not state if you are a citizen.
And the ID does not state whether you're a citizen or not.
That's the main idea right there. You
Right.
cannot, even if you have an ID, I don't care if it's $1. It does not state if you are a citizen.
It doesn't.
Therefore, it's null and void.
It's null and void. And in some states, it costs $50. So whoever was saying that in the chat, that listen up, people, it costs $15 in every state. You were blocked because you repeated lies more than once. So that's it. So let's go back. We got to get the trolls out of here. People that are either non-Americans acting like they're Americans, fuck you. Okay. People that are intentionally lying about voting, fuck you.
Brian, you're absolutely right. This is a 5-alarm fire, and it is something that this administration has both been bragging that it is doing, but now when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of it, they're trying to do it in the dark of night. The Postal Service has put forward a regulation that's not even been published in the Federal Register yet. Okay, that's how secretive this process has been. And this is after they've been meeting with the Trump administration to implement Donald Trump's attack on mail-in voting. This proposed regulation, which Democracy Docket got its hands on and put out in the public domain, says that the Postal Service is going to accept lists of names from the states as to who is eligible to get a mail-in ballot. That's right. If you live in a Republican state, they're going to submit a list of names to the Postal Service and tell the Postal Service whether or not you're, I guess, on the naughty list or the nice list, right? Whether you're eligible to get a ballot or not, and cast it by mail. And then the Postal Service is going to put a tracking code, a barcode associated just with you as an individual. And they're going to give that information back to the states. Well, we can see already, Brian, where this is headed. This is all trying to implement Donald Trump's illegal, unconstitutional executive order from earlier this year, where he wants to control who gets mail-in ballots, who can cast them, and who can't. And if you think this ends with mail-in ballots, if you think that this state list or where the federal government is going to be vetting these lists or even providing them.
So you see right there, what he's saying, right, is this. He's saying that it's not about necessarily race. It's about politics, which political party you support. That's illegal in the Constitution, by the way. It's illegal to weaponize government against any political party. That's illegal. So here's the thing. How are they going to do it? And this is what shows you what hypocrite and how stupid a lot of people that support this are. You're thinking that this is only going to be executed, that this is going to be executed across the country fairly. It's not. It's only going to be weaponized against Democrat states. So that means in Republican states where they think you're going to be voting for Trump heavily, those rules won't apply. And those rules won't be taken. They won't be acted upon in those red states. So that means they won't be looking for people, with people that are voting and mail-in in a lot of red states. It may not affect you the same way. It will affect people in blue states because blue states, right, are largely voting Democrat or non-Republican, independent or non-Republican. That's how it works. So it's illegal because the Constitution prohibits weaponizing government against political parties, So you want to say something, Michael? Somebody said they hopped up. They tried to accept it. Download the Discord app. Yeah, download the Discord app and accept the invitation. Yeah, then you can hop up. And once you have the Discord app on your phone, come back to the stream, click on the link. I'll put the link in here again for the panel, and you'll be right there. You'll be right here talking with us, and I will get a notification on my screen that you're here. So yeah. So there you go. Now you want to say something about that, Michael?
Honestly, no. I think it's self-explanatory, right? I think when it comes to the voter ID issue, when it comes to them trying to disproportionately stifle the Democratic vote, it goes to show that voting matters. It matters for a reason. Otherwise, they would not be doing this. They just wouldn't be doing this. Why would they do it if it didn't play a major role in how people are elected, right?
Facts.
If voter fraud existed and they could rig every election, they wouldn't be trying to silence our vote.
Yeah. And who
they wouldn't.
And who wants people to not vote the most in the country? Who would that be?
That would be Republicans.
No. I would say that would be billionaires.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, no, you're right.
That would be billionaires, because these broke ass Republicans, middle class Republicans, they don't realize their life don't matter
But
either.
they'll always vote for disenfranchisement, right? Trump
Exactly.
is a good key example of that.
Yeah.
So they there with their making minimum wage, they still believe like if I vote this billionaire in, he's gonna make it easier for me. It's like trickle down economics has been proven time and time again to not exist and be wrong.
Facts, bro. This is crazy, man. All right, y'all. So let me see. I think that's about it for today. Yeah, we've been here for a minute, but I appreciate everybody for tuning in. Let me see. Click the like button. Click the subscribe button. Yo, Michael, throw your YouTube link down there in the chat too, so people can come over and subscribe to your channel. Also, everybody, please, when Michael does that, do him a favor, do myself a favor. Also, subscribe to his channel too. And yeah, that's Michael from Brooklyn. Friars, he didn't come up today. Friars is my other contributor. He's down there in Texas. But between him and Michael, those are like my two go-to people, because they don't just understand civics. They actually really do understand civics. I mean, they're following it. They understand who the candidates are, and they're understanding how, the difference between what's going on in a place like DC, because DC is not a state, versus New York. Michael's from Brooklyn, is out of New York, right? And they understand everything about the electoral process. So they're not guessing about stuff. They're not coming in here trying to guess about how much ID costs in a state. We're not guessing about this kind of stuff. Now, there are some differences. Although we're liberal, you could say I'm a liberal. That doesn't mean I'm not pro-American. I'm pro-American. I'm an American citizen. I love my country. But as an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C., family goes back on both sides to the colonial period. That's before the country even existed, right? I, as a grown-ass man, live outside of the United States. I moved out of the United States when I was 30. I live in a great country called Denmark, the country that stood up against Trump's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And rightly so. Yeah. And I can tell you, from living 30 years of my life in the United States of America and living 26 years of my life outside of the United States of America, I've learned a lot. And what I've learned is that the United States is in terms of the citizens, they are far behind every other Western citizen that exists. Far behind. Your standard of life is far behind. How government runs and it operates in the United States, you are the last in the West. You are treated like shit for your tax dollars. I'm just telling you that. And no other Western country wants to have governance like you at all. They clearly understand that. For example, everyone in Denmark has universal education. That means they take one education, it's free, doesn't matter what the education is, and they get paid to take that education too, right? And when your field of expertise no longer matters because time's moved on, you go back to school and get a new one. You get a technical trade if you want to do that, or you go to university, you want to study something new. It's called universal education. We have universal healthcare too. That's what pride means to Danes. When Danes are proud of who they are, that's how they manifest their pride. Okay, by investing in their citizens. Okay, and the rich pay their share too. You see what I mean? Right. They don't want anybody here like Elon Musk that wants to own everything. No. In Denmark, how people see each other is pretty much nobody's better than anybody else. Right. We're all the same, and we all need the same basic things for life to actually thrive. So Denmark also has a law against poverty. You know what I'm saying? The United States doesn't. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, so those are things we can learn from others as American citizens. And, yeah, or else be fooled forever, man. What is life worth to you? Why do you pay taxes? Are you happy with your representation? Americans aren't, because it doesn't matter. At least half of the country is bitching about the other half no matter what. So you're never happy. OK, the Americans are never happy. Denmark ranks number 1, 2, or 3 always as one of the happiest countries on earth. Straight up. So I'm happy. thanks to Denmark, I had a lovely time. Big up to my cousin Sam, who came over to visit me. He's headed to Sweden today. I had a nice time hanging out down at Distortion last night. Got to hear Black Coffee play a little bit. Though I didn't go in the thing, but I stood outside. It was outside in Rådhusplatsen, and that's the city council building, right outside in the square. Black Coffee played over there, and then I just kind of walked around downtown. We had a few drinks and I met another American. I forget his name, from Philly. Big up to the brother, sitting there with a Danish guy. We were all talking, having fun, talking about this guy Dan that was in the media, the fisherman Dan, who broke down why he voted for SF instead of one of the right wing parties, and we were talking about that and just talking about, man, some Danes, no matter what, they got something about keep trying to be real, regardless of what party they have it. They do have something about the importance of being real. You know what I mean? That is kind of innate. It's not promoted, but it's respected in that, So big up to those kind of Danes that know how to keep it real. What the man said, he's a fisherman. What he said, and he usually votes right wing. But what he said or he wanted to vote right wing this time. But what he said is that he said most of the people that he hears complaining about foreigners are the people that have never sat down and had a cup of coffee with them. That's what the man said. And we were talking about, why would he say that? You know what I'm saying? Because he's had some experiences where once he sat down and had a cup of coffee, he found out, man, this person's just like me. Simple.
Well, it's the same in America, right? That's where it comes from, a level of ignorance when you hate.
Yeah, it does, So on that note, big up to Dan for keeping it real, regardless of who you vote for. I appreciate Danes like that, and but thank God the Danish government, it's pretty much a center left government again. Lars Løkke went back to the left moderates, you could say, and the left. The red bloc, as it's called in Denmark. And so that means they can form another government. Damn, I'm so sorry. Excuse me. But Mette Frederiksen, I'm sorry. It's because it's my brain. I've been up so early today. Mette Frederiksen will continue to be the parliamentary leader, right? So congratulations to her too. There's people that are frustrated about how long she's been. This will be the third term, and people can debate about that. But in any case, I'm happy as an American to be here. Most Danes know Americans like myself, and most of us, 99% of us, are very happy to be in Denmark, and we'll defend this country too, because we understand what's special about it, and also we understand that Danes have always backed us up. So there's no way in hell we ain't backing up Denmark. Like, there is no way in hell, period. We can debate all the other things, because as you can see, our society is a little different in the United States from, and it took me some time to kind of learn why Denmark is different. But having lived here for some years now, I actually learned why it's different, and it's a very special country. So I would hope Americans will want to learn about another capitalistic Western democracy like Denmark and how it functions. It doesn't just use socialism for its military like the United States does. The United States has the biggest socialist project on earth, and it's the United States military. But Denmark doesn't do it like that. They use it for healthcare and education too, and a few other things. But its engine is capitalistic, free and open trade. So it's how you manage capitalism that makes it powerful. When you mismanage it, it becomes weak, and it just goes into chaos. And that's what we're seeing out of the United States right now. So on that note, Mike, you wanna say anything to the people before we out?
No. Other than that, to piggyback off of what you're saying, a lot of the Nordic countries manage that extreme capitalism with social policy.
Yeah.
Policy, not socialism.
Right.
Social policy, like universal healthcare, universal education, right? If I'm not mistaken, the Nordic countries lead per person in books that they write. On average, they write about 3 books per person.
Facts, bro. That's interesting, right? Yeah. Everybody's educated here. Everyone goes to school pretty much more than once here, and studies more than one trade, and and it really reflects on how they process information and organize. even if they don't work in that same trade anymore, they're still on average very organized and understand how things should work when they're organized. You know what I mean? So yeah, and
they lead the world in happiness, right? They lead the world in happiness,
and very down to earth too, bro. Very, very down to earth. Like, yeah, very. It even took me some time as an American to kind of get the Americanness off of me and realize that we're not actually free, bro. In Denmark, people are fucking free. In the Nordic countries, people are very, very free. I mean, of course, there's always issues, going on, people trying to work out. But generally speaking, the freedom I have is to have a peaceful life, bro. To have security, to know that my kids are safe, to know that I can access healthcare anytime, to know that if I want to better myself in education, it's just a matter of if I want to do it. It's nothing about the money, and if I'm going to get paid a decent wage for working, you're pretty much guaranteed that in Denmark. You're guaranteed to get a fair wage in Denmark. I mean, and so so that ultimately I feel freer because of that. You know what I mean? And I don't feel cheated by my government here in Denmark. I feel Americans get cheated by our government in the United States, and it wasn't ever pretty. But now it's worse than ever. And in some ways, I'm happy that the veil has been lifted to show you how ugly it can get, because it can only get this ugly when we didn't do the right things to prohibit it in the beginning anyway. So Americans need to wake up, because, we're going to find out whether we really love having our country or whether we just want to split up and make a new one. So, register to vote, by the way, in the meantime. And, we'll see if we're still allowed our civic rights. In any case, I'm out, y'all. Appreciate everybody. Catch up to you guys in 18 hours from now. All right. One.
Thank you, guys. Peace, B. Thank you.
Yo, peace, Michael. Michael from Brooklyn there. Yo, fuck Trump. Release the Epstein files. Catch up with y'all. See ya.
Yeah, digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling, stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war, we got the weapon. People want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Oh, it is wonder we let the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell about the children.
What about the children crying? No.
Yeah, I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tags say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
We let the children dying. What about the children crying? One. One love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tags say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want.
Girls them,
Señorita. Señorita.
my sweet señorita.